Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Did you also receive in evidence that came from the Guillory County Coroner's office a blood-stained card with DNA from Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
What did you do with that?
It was submitted to the SAC lab as well.
The SAC lab being Sacramento DA's office?
Correct.
And was that done for DNA processing and testing?
Correct.
Or I should say analysis as well. Now I want to move to the stabbing that took place on April 29th, 2023 with where Karim Abou Najm was stabbed. Did you process evidence in that case, receive it, and send it out to labs as well for testing and analysis?
Yes.
Did you receive latent prints, multiple latent prints that were taken from a Black Path water bottle by Ms. Sherry Cole?
Yes.
And what did you do with those prints?
Those were submitted to ALPS DOJ.
When you say ALPS DOJ, is that ALPS?
Yes.
What is ALPS?
It's an automated latent print program or services.
Is that where fingerprints are submitted to figure out if they have a match to a known individual?
Correct.
And did you receive a report back analyzing those prints from a latent print analyst by the name of, I believe it's pronounced Tou Yang, T-O-U, lots of Yang?
Yes.
And without getting into the results of that report, do you know if the prints that Ms. Cole submitted to you, that you submitted to the Department of Justice, were run against prints of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Now moving to the stabbing of Ms. Kimberlee Guillory on May 1st, 2023. Were you aware of a DNA sample that had been taken from Ms. Guillory?
Yes.
How were you aware of that?
It was booked into evidence, a buccal swab.
And I should ask, what's a buccal swab?
Kind of layman's terms, it's basically where you take a Q-tip with an extended handle on it and you swab an individual's mouth.
And that to obtain the DNA for processing and analysis?
Correct.
And did you receive that?
Yes.
And was that provided to you by Sacramento Sheriff's Detective Bodily Breaux?
I don't recall.
And Sacramento Court Reporter VITALYTROKOPCHUK. Did you eventually receive an analysis report? Actually, I should strike that. What lab did that go to?
That went to DOJ, Department of Justice.
And did you eventually receive reports with analysis of Ms. Guillory's DNA?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that on May 3rd of 2023, Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez was located and arrested?
Yes.
And during his arrest, are you aware that he was found in possession of a Smith & Wesson branded knife?
Yes.
At some point, did you take receipt of that and book it in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. While we grab that. What did you do with that knife when you received it in evidence?
It was taken to Department of Justice for processing.
And was that for DNA processing?
Yes.
Now I'm showing you what has been previously marked as People's 34. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
So the label that is on it that says Davis Police Department, it's labeled 23-1983. 1983 is the case number, and 97 is the item number. And that is actually, when I receive evidence in, everything gets tagged with a label.
Is your name and badge number that you had at Davis Police on there?
It's not, because I just print the label. It actually has Officer Torres's name and badge number.
And so, are you familiar with the contents of that box?
Yes.
Would you mind go through that?
Do you have a knife or scissors?
I have scissors.
What's inside?
That is a Smith & Wesson knife.
Is that the knife that you received in the evidence and then sent off to Department of Justice for, or excuse me, sent off to the lab for testing?
Yes.
And which lab did that go to?
DOJ.
Now, when Mr. Dominguez was arrested, did you receive the clothing items into evidence that he was wearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sweatshirt.
Can you describe the sweatshirt?
Black.
Was it a hoodie with drawstrings?
Yes.
And what did you do with that sweatshirt?
It was sent to DOJ for processing for DNA.
And for processing, are you aware that there was DNA analysis done on that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you receive reports back from senior criminalist Heather Tomczyk with the Department of Justice providing an analysis of Mr. Dominguez's sweatshirt?
Yes.
And And I should ask, whenever you received a report back from the Department of Justice for a piece of evidence that you handled and sent off for analysis, did you review it to confirm that the proper piece of evidence was in fact analyzed and reviewed?
Yes, so for every item that we received back as well as a report, I basically verified that what was actually sent out for processing, we received a report for.
And also that you received the piece of evidence back into your custody?
Correct.
Now, as it relates to Mr. Dominguez himself, so we talked about the knife, we talked about the sweatshirt. Was there DNA swabs or buccal swabs that we talked about that were done earlier? Do you know if ones were taken from him?
Yes, so for when I submitted the evidence for the knife as well as his clothing, a buccal swab from him was submitted as well for comparison.
When you say for comparison, what do you mean?
So basically when an analyst processes a piece of property, they will take a known sample to compare against whatever DNA is on the particular item.
And so is that the way to determine whether or not the DNA is linked to that individual?
Correct.
So where were Mr. Dominguez's DNA swabs sent?
To DOJ, Department of Justice.
Were any of them sent to the Sacramento County DA's office?
Not that I recall.
Was a blood sample taken from Mr. Dominguez as well?
I believe it was just a buccal swab.
Was there, looking at 762 Hawthorne Lane, is that an address you're familiar with in the city of Davis?
Yes.
Was there any items that were received by you from that location that you sent off for processing?
There was a towel that was found at the residence with possible blood stains on it that was sent to the Department of Justice for analysis for DNA.
Last piece of evidence I want to talk about, to your recollection, did the Sacramento County DA's office crime lab do an analysis or a toxicology analysis of Mr. Dominguez's blood?
Yes.
Sample? I'm sorry, what's your answer?
Sorry, yes.
And was that a report that you had received from Sacramento County DA's office?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. More, Mr. Hudson, any questions?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
You did not participate in the search of the Hawthorne residence.
Correct.
You did not review any photographs of the Hawthorne residence,
No.
except the items that were given to you. You didn't observe any evidence that was seized at the Hawthorne residence.
No.
You said you were given a towel with possible blood and directed to send that off for analysis.
Correct.
Who gave you that towel?
It was booked into evidence, meaning it was most likely submitted in a pass-through locker, and then I received the evidence. In a pass-through locker, evidence locker.
Who directed you to test the towel?
So that was a kind of a sit-down meeting that we had with the DA's office as well as administrators from my department and investigations.
If there were other items found at the Hawthorne residence that had suspected blood on them, that is someone else's job to give them to you to submit for testing, correct?
To request them to be tested, correct.
And the only item that you were requested to test from the Hawthorne residence was the towel.
Yes, I believe so.
anyone ask you to test any other items found at the Hawthorne residence?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever go through the photos from Hawthorne to see if there were other items with suspected blood that should be tested?
No.
Did you ever go through all the items booked into evidence to determine if there was other items with suspected blood that should be tested?
Yes, we had a sit-down meeting to discuss possible additional items that could be sent. I did want to mention that DOJ will usually limit the number of items that are sent from a particular case, and that limit is usually 6 items. So because we had 2 homicides in 1 attempt, it was kind of a process elimination at the time of what was priority and what was going to be sent.
Did anyone show you photos from the Hawthorne residence of other items with suspected blood other than the towel?
No.
This sit-down, where it was decided that only the towel would be tested, who was present at that sit-down?
I believe it was Lieutenant Munoz,
What is his first name or her first name?
Lieutenant Mike Munoz,
Okay.
Munoz.
Who else?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I want to say Sergeant Besfitch, Janelle.
And is Sergeant Besfitch in court today?
Yes.
She's seated behind me.
Yes.
Who else was present at this?
Officer Torres,
Off towards his first name?
Alex. And those are the only ones that I recall.
To your knowledge, had Officer Torres and Sergeant Besfitch and Lieutenant Munoz, had they participated in the search at the Hawthorne residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Is it possible they did and you just weren't aware of that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. So that was cross. Mr. DeMar, any redirect?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Louise, thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks. Did I mispronounce that? Is it Lewis?
Lewis. Yeah.
Lewis, I'm
It's
really
okay.
sorry. Yeah,
No worries.
I double checked on that.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
Do you want these back? Mighty enough?
Yeah, I'll take the scissors. Right. Yeah, thanks. And we'll pick the exhibit, deputy, and return it to council's. Excuse me, to the clerk's table. So then, Mr. Hutchinson, you're ready to continue cross at Shannon Hall? Call for a one-word answer, yes or no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just doing, you've used that, so.
I thought I would answer that. In my mind, I did. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's all right. All right, let's get Ms. Hall back. Ms. Hall, thank you for your patience with me. Come on in and have a seat. Okay, when we left off, we had just started cross. So, Mr. Hutchinson, we're back with you.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Hall. Thank you for waiting.
Of course.
So you were at the scene taking photographs?
Yes.
Just a moment. Now there's a picture up on the screen.
Yes. She's already laid the foundation for it.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
What I'm showing you right now, People's Exhibit 24, photo ending 570. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes.
In addition to yourself, did Officer Torres also take photographs at the time?
I don't know.
Do you recall anyone else taking photographs at the scene other than you?
As far as I'm aware, it was only me. I do know that we had assistance from another agency, and I believe that that outside agency may have taken photographs.
And those photographs are booked at Davis Police Department, though?
The ones that I took,
What anyone took?
they should all be, yes.
Let's focus on the ones you took. Ending, once again, People's Exhibit 24, ending 570. This is, it depicts 2 tents.
Yes.
And the tent in which Miss Guillory was stabbed is this red tent with a gray top?
Yes.
Is there another tent that has been taken down? It would be to the west of Miss Guillory's tent.
There was a third tent, but from this angle, I don't know that it would be able to be seen.
Only 2 tents are in this photo ending 570?
Yes?
Showing you what's been marked, once again, People's Exhibit 24, photo ending 573. Another photo of the 2 tents.
It looks like it.
Where is the 3rd tent?
I don't recall.
Again, Exhibit 24 ending 576. This is another photograph of the 2 tents.
Yes?
You can see at the end, or at the very back, there's a yellow street sign with a black arrow, and it's pointing east. Do you
Yes.
see that? That is where L Street curves into 2nd Street.
Correct.
And showing you photo ending 579. This is the close-up of the blue tent that we previously saw.
Yes.
Well, wait a second. When we first started on direct, we saw, I think the very first picture I saw was, had blue in it. It was a tent. Was that tent across the street?
I don't remember.
Okay. Sorry to confuse you.
That's one.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So this tent right here in photo ending 579, that is next, immediately across from the tent in which Miss Guillory was stabbed.
I would need to see the last photo to make sure they're the same. It looks like it.
So I'm showing you again 573. Can you see the 2 tents?
Yes.
My question, if you know, I'll zoom in a little bit. I'm showing photo 573. It's hard to see with the light, but was there a 3rd tent in this area that had been taken? Was there a 3rd tent over in this area that had been taken down?
I don't remember.
So I'm going now to photo ending 603. This is now facing north on L Street.
Okay.
Well, do you recognize it as facing?
Yes.
And now you're taking photographs of the sidewalk, and this is the sidewalk that is, you're standing in the same location. Now I guess you're facing northwest.
Correct.
Here's another photo of the sidewalk. Now you are facing west.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Photo ending 612. This is another photograph of the sidewalk. And then photo ending 615. This is another photograph of the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
Do you see this building up here in the top left corner?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that building?
I am not.
Is it an apartment complex? Do you know if it's an apartment complex?
I don't know.
Showing what's been marked photo ending 618. This shows the corner of 2nd and L.
Yes.
Photo ending 621, again, the corner of 2nd and L.
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you photo 654. This, now you're standing on the corner of 2nd and L, facing north, looking down L Street.
Yes.
Now I'm showing you photo ending 663. At this point, you are standing still at the corner of 2nd and L, looking west at the area behind the PG&E station.
Yes.
And again, you see these buildings over here.
Yes.
But you don't recognize.
Now I do.
Are those an apartment complex?
Yes.
Are those the Ryder apartments?
Yes, 1133 Olive.
And Olive Drive is on the other side of the apartment complex that we see right here. It would be
Correct.
on the
South side.
south side.
Yes.
And there's a fence that separates the Ryder apartments from the railroad tracks.
Yes.
If you know, is there a gate that people use to go through, if you know?
I'm not aware of a gate.
You're aware of a part where the fence is open where people can pass
Occasionally, I believe it's open and closed, depending on repairs.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked defense exhibit, People's Exhibit 24666. Once again, we're looking at the area behind the PG&E substation, and if I zoom in, you see a pile of gravel toward the end.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And there's another object there from this photo. Can you recognize what it is?
I do not.
All right. Ma'am, if I received some photographs from the Davis Police Department which were identified with the following initials and numbers, DSC _0130, who would have taken that photo?
I believe we would have to look at the rest of the log to understand how it was logged in.
I'm going to show you some photos. It's Defense Exhibit E, okay, and they're going to be labeled E1 through E5, but then it's also going to include the number that it had when it was booked in the Davis Police Department. Let me know if you recognize them, okay? So if you could just scroll through these 5 photos, and once again, they're marked E1 through E5, but the number next to them is the original number that it came from Davis Police Department, okay? So
Okay.
see if you recognize that.
How do I scroll?
Right side of the photo, there should be a little arrow pop up.
There's not.
Right there, if you get the mouse over there. it
Oh,
pops up.
over there. Okay. And what was your question exactly?
Do you recognize those photos?
I do not.
Do you, do they appear to be from the same area where we were just asking questions about? You see
Yes.
around? And you see the photos are identified with, let me assume some facts. If those came under a folder with, identified as Alex Torres, with the numbers DSC /_ and then 0130, 0131, who took those photos?
I believe the DSC _ etc. is assigned by the camera. It's just the is it the metadata that's assigned by the camera?
So my question is, if you didn't take us, assume these photos were given to my office from the district attorney's office under a file labeled Mr. Torres, is it possible Mr. Torres did take photos?
It is possible.
Okay. And he was there, present?
He was with me as I took every photo, yes.
But you did not specifically take these photos that I just showed you?
These do not look familiar.
You don't recall ever going down past that gravel pile and taking photos down there?
I don't recall doing so, no.
Other than Mr. Torres, who else might have taken these photos?
Any member of our evidence response team.
Who else was there who was possibly taking photos other than you and Mr. Torres?
I don't recall who was at the scene that day.
even though you didn't take photos, did you personally observe the items that are depicted in those photos?
Looking west down the tracks that day,
Yes.
I don't recall if I walked over to that position or not.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of going behind that gravel pile and seeing what is there?
I do not recall that.
But either Mr. Torres or some other member of the evidence response team may have gone down there and taken some additional photos?
Yes.
Was there anyone other than Davis Evidence Response who was taking photos there that morning, to your knowledge?
We had assistance from an outside agency and their evidence team, and it would make sense to me that they had taken them, but I don't know that for sure.
Who was the outside agency that was helping?
It was either Sacramento Police Department or Sacramento Sheriff's Office. I don't recall.
If I get a file with photos, how does Davis PD identify who took the photos?
When we logged the photos, when we logged the memory card into evidence, we would identify it at that time.
Mr. Torres will be able to answer that question too.
But yes.
I have nothing further to thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any follow-up?
No.
Okay, Ms. Hall, thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Marty, you have a witness.
Call, I think Chesman.
Okay, let's get Chesman. Deputy?
He is not up here. Apparently went to grab something to drink.
You can call Christine Berios in.
Great.
Berios?
Yes. Thank you.
Is there?
You have a match. Good morning. Come on in and stand here at the podium. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding. I appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. And ask the clerk to administer an oath. And after you take the oath, I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not being before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record.
Christine Berios.
If you could spell your full name.
Christine, Chrisistine, Berios, B as in boy, ERRIOS.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Van Hook, direct exam.
Where do you live?
I am presently live in West Sacramento.
And are you currently housed?
Yes.
And were you housed in April and May of 2023?
No.
What was your housing situation like back then?
We, my partner and I were on the streets, so we were camping in Davis. We'd camp anywhere between Central Park, City Hall and the PG&E building
Okay. And how long were you unhoused for?
for about 2.5 years.
And when did you get back into housing?
A little less than a year ago in September.
So I want to talk about what's going on in April and May of 2023. You said you're with your partner. Who's that?
Isaac Chesman.
And is he still your partner?
Yes, we're married.
Understood. And so, do you know who Kimberlee Guillory is?
Yes.
Who's Kimberlee Guillory?
She is a friend of ours. We are mutually homeless in Davis.
Okay. And we're gonna talk about something that may have happened with Kimberlee, but first I want to just ask a few preliminary questions. Have we ever met before?
No.
Have you ever met with Mr. DeMora before?
No.
And were you promised anything in exchange for your testimony here?
No.
And were you told that you would receive any kind of benefit on any kind of case or anything like that?
No.
And do you currently have active cases?
Yes.
And were you promised anything about what was going on with that?
No.
And so, in fact, has anyone even discussed that with you at all?
No.
And so, going to what happened with Kimberlee, where was that?
2nd Street and L in Davis, right across from a PG&E substation.
Okay. And what was your housing situation like?
Like I mentioned earlier, we were homeless, so we'd find spots and open up our tent and belongings, and then we'd have everything wrapped up before 7 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. Why would you wrap things up?
Just because we didn't want draw attention to us for being in inappropriate spots with our camping. It's illegal to camp in Yellow City lines.
Okay. So would you set up each day and then break down each morning?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. What would you do with your stuff in the in-between times when you weren't set up there?
There was a place called Respite on 530 L Street. I don't know what it's called now. It's like a day shelter where we could go and leave our belongings, shower, eat, wash clothes, or simply just rest. And they'd be open until about 2, so we'd have like business hours from 8 to 2. We'd be safe in there, and then after that we'd have to go out and fend for ourselves.
Okay, and so they close at 2 p.m. then?
I believe so, 2 or 3. I don't remember the time specifically.
Understood. And was that near the PG&E building?
Yes, it's probably like 3 blocks from where we were setting up camp.
All right, and so you would just walk back and forth?
Yes.
And when the incident with Kimberlee happened, had you heard anything about stabbings within the city of Davis?
Yes.
Was that talked amongst each other at where you were staying?
Well, Isaac and I, we usually stay private, but we started to stay with more than just the 2 of us, just because of safety in numbers. Yeah, we did speak about it, just to stay safe and vigilant, watch our backs.
And do you know about how many of you were staying together?
There was Isaac, myself, Larry, Pilot, and Kimberlee. So it was 4 of us.
And how long have you been staying in that larger group?
It'd only been a few days since the first murder. We were uneasy. So maybe about a few days after the first victim was found, we started staying in groups.
Okay, and so I'm going to pull up a photo. This is a photo ending in 492. Put that up on the screen.
Is this part of 24?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it 24? Okay.
If we could dim the lights a little bit, maybe it's a little hard to see. And are you able to see this photo, ma'am?
Yes.
And you see kind of a tent there?
Well, that's the first tent where Alberto stayed. We stayed clustered up right by where the first car is parked.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause you there. This first tent, you said that was where Alberto stayed.
Yes,
Is that Alberto Osorio?
yes,
And so you're staying further down the street then?
yes,
Is Alberto Street tent closer to 3rd Street then?
yes.
Okay. So we're gonna find another photo here of something closer.
Okay.
But you and Mr. Chesman were staying in one tent, or did you have two?
No, we were in one tent.
And how, what was Kimberlee's arrangements like?
Believe it or not, the night before the stabbing occurred, she was sleeping next to Alberto's tent in the open. And we were very upset with her, so we got her that tent the morning of, and we set it up that night.
Okay, so it was a new tent?
Yes.
And when you say we got her that tent, who's we?
Larry had it in his shelter. He went in his storage. He went and he got it. And then when we got back and started to set up our tents, Kimberlee was not there yet. Larry's tent was set up. He had a single man tent. My husband and I had a 4-person tent. We also had a bike and a tricycle with us.
And
Okay,
so,
let me stop you there. So, Ms. Berios, thank you for your patience. We've been going for a while, so we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Okay.
And on the backside, we have a few more questions for you.
Okay,
And so stay with us.
no worries.
And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the jury, enjoy your mid-morning break. Don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you, counsel. Have a good break. Off record. she's subject to direct examination, and Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you. And so we were talking about Kimberlee and where what her setup was like, and we were talking about how she had been provided a tent to stay in.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Where was her tent set up in relation to your and Isaac's tent?
So our tent was maybe about 4 feet from our tent, very close in proximity.
Okay, so for people 24, I'm going to put up a photo. This is ending in 573.
Mr. Vanderhook, will you help me? Will you help her adjust her mic? Did she? Yeah, I want to get it.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. But I was hoping you'd sit right in front of me.
I know.
Sorry. Oh, but you want to be able to see
See
it?
the picture?
Yeah, you're good. Thank you. Yep, got it.
So in photo 573 here, are you able to see your tent at all?
Yes, ours would be the one with the baby blue tarp on it.
Okay, and are you able to see or Kimberlee's tent?
Yes, the maroon color one right underneath the tarp.
And it's the one with the gray rainfly on top?
Yes.
So regarding that setup, is that something you set up that day, or had it been set up for a while?
No, we waited for her to get back, and Isaac and Larry put it up together. And then she came home. We went to the store, and then she came home. So she wasn't really even there when we set it up, but it was set up for her.
Okay. And so I want to ask you about what happened with Kimberlee. What was the first sign that you had that something was wrong with Kimberlee?
We barricaded ourselves in our tent, and we heard a snap from one of our rain flies snap. And Isaac was going to go out, and I said, no, let's just listen. And I say about 45 seconds to a minute after that, we hear her scream.
Okay, so I want to pause you there. You talked about a rain fly snap. I don't understand what that means. Can you explain that for me?
So our tent had a rain flap that we tied on some trees to give us more safety. And we heard one of them snap like it had been cut or somebody got caught on it.
Okay, and is that kind of a normal sound that a tent might make if you're sitting in a tent?
No, no, because it was deliberate. Like somebody either tripped over the rain flap that we tied or cut it.
Now, in Davis, there are various animals, especially at night, like raccoons, possums, squirrels, that sort of thing, right?
Yes, there is.
Could it have been any, like, some kind of wildlife that you heard?
No, it wasn't wildlife. We were already on edge from 2 hours before Kimberlee's incident.
All right. And is this something that you heard yourself, or is this something that you're hearing from Isaac?
No, Isaac and I both heard it at the same time.
Okay, so what was your reaction when you heard it?
We started to get ready and dress, and as soon as we started putting on our clothing to go out, we heard Kimberlee scream.
All right, and could you hear what Kimberlee was screaming?
She said, help, help, he's punching me, the kid with curly hair is punching me.
And what happened next?
Isaac came out first. He bumped into Larry.
Projection foundation.
Sustained.
So, for this question, I'm just asking, what did you see, what did you hear, right? Not stuff that you heard from other people.
Okay.
So based on what you saw and what you heard, what happened next?
It might be helpful to know where she's at, too, so there's a little bit more foundation.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, you're hearing Kimberlee yelling. Where are you when you're hearing Kimberlee yell?
Probably on my knees getting ready to crawl out of the tent. Isaac had just gotten out the tent.
Okay, and so you're about to get out of the tent. Isaac's just gotten out of the tent. You hear yelling. What happens next?
Isaac and Larry I came out of the tent, and to my right, I saw Isaac and Larry, and then we saw Kimberlee. The tent was sliced open, and we told her to call 911. Then she turned around, and Isaac said, "Kimberlee, you're bleeding." And
So I'm going to pause you there because I want to understand this a little better. We see the photo up on the screen of your tent.
mhm.
There should be like a laser pointer there with you with a button on it. What I want to know is on what side of the tent is like the entrance for people to get in and out of the tent?
Right here is our entrance.
Okay, so facing the chair that's there in the photo.
Yes.
And what kind of mechanism is it? Is it like snaps or zipper?
It's a zipper.
And before you heard the screaming, or before you heard the rain fly sound, was it zipped shut?
Yes.
Okay, when was it zipped open?
When after Kimberlee screamed and Isaac left the tent.
And so when Kimberlee first started screaming,
Mm-hmm.
was the zipper still closed?
Yes.
Okay, and so then Kimberlee screaming, the zipper opens and Isaac comes out.
Yes.
And so when you came out of the tent,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know, where were the people that you could see?
When I came out of the tent, I turned to my right, and Kimberlee was inside her tent. Isaac and Larry were in front of her tent.
Okay, what were Isaac and Larry doing?
Isaac had just punched Larry, mistaking him for the person, so they were just getting their groundings, because I believe Larry was sleeping, and so he just got woken up to it.
All right, so Isaac and Larry were then grappling with each other.
Yes.
Okay. And was there a person who you thought might be the person who harmed Kimberlee? Did you see anybody like that?
No.
And so were you able to see what direction anyone went or anything like that? As far as a potential suspect?
No.
And with Isaac and Larry kind of tussling with each other, where was Kimberlee at?
She was in the tent, still in the tent. I think she was either placing the 911 call.
Right? Could you see Alberto at all?
Alberto had been walking up, so he made it to us a little bit after her screams.
And so when this was going on, could you tell if Kimberlee was calling 911?
To be honest, sir, I don't remember. I know that we were just asking her where her dog was, telling her to sit down, and then we saw that she was bleeding. So I think she was on the phone, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever get on the phone with 911?
I might have.
Okay. If I played you a short section of a call, would you be able to tell if you could hear your voice at all?
Yes, of course.
We could do it in a 402. Is it,
It's not admissible.
we haven't played this? I'm, you know what, I'm gonna just allow it and then instruct the jury to disregard it. It's just, how many words are we gonna hear?
I'm not going to play it to the whole room. I'm going to pull up the audio and I'm going
Don't just play it to her, do you have headphones or something like that?
to.
Okay, you should do it with headphones.
I still have an objection.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, great. Give me a second, folks. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Thank you, counsel. There's an objection. Off the record. we had an evidentiary ruling prior on that. The court stands by that ruling. And so we're back. And thank you for your patience, counsel. So continue, Director.
So, I think we're at the point where you're outside your tent. We have Isaac and Larry kind of tussling. Kimberlee's there. What do you perceive happens next?
I do believe I called, but I'm not certain because I called them earlier for a similar situation. And we just stood there, made sure she didn't lose consciousness, try to gather our thoughts, and that's pretty much it. Waited until the police got there, and then they asked us to move, so let the police handle it.
And so I want to talk to you about those few minutes before the incident with Kimberlee. And when I say a few minutes, I'm talking 15 or 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, kind of that range. I'm not talking about way back hours before, okay?
Okay.
So just in that time frame, where were you, what were you doing in the time leading up to that?
The time leading up to that, we were just sitting outside, gathering our thoughts. We had just had adrenaline rush, so we were waiting for ourselves to calm down. And then we just did our routine bed, had a couple of cigarettes before we went in, and went in. We did secure the tent a lot differently that night. We put all our belongings on the border of the tent. So if anybody did try to lean in, that's why we had rain flaps tied. So there was about 3 tarps they would need to get through to get to the tent. So that's what we spent the night doing, reinforcing our tent so we could be safe.
Understood. About how long before you heard Kimberlee screaming and that something was going on, did you go in your tent and actually secure it up?
I'm gonna say about 15, 20 minutes before the scream, we had just gone in and started to shut it down.
So just to clarify, regarding what happened with Kimberlee, you don't have any information as far as you personally having seen that person?
No.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hammerhook. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Berios.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this morning. I'm going to ask you some questions this morning, most of which can be answered with a yes or no response. If you don't know the answer or you don't remember, don't guess. Just let me know you don't know and don't remember.
Yes, sir.
And unless I specify, I'm only asking about what you personally observed or what you personally heard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I ask what someone else told you, I'll be specific.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
When you went into the tent for the night, if you recall, was Kimberlee in her tent at that time, or had she still not arrived back at camp?
She had just arrived.
And when you went into the tent and closed it up, your husband, Isaac Chesman, was with you.
Yes.
You described having an incident earlier that evening when you had called the police.
Yes.
And you mentioned had an adrenaline rush earlier that evening. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about this earlier incident, but once again, unless I specify, I want to know what you saw.
Okay.
Did this earlier incident happen about 9 or 9:30 that evening?
I believe so.
Did you see someone walking past your camp? Did
Yes.
you personally observe?
Yes.
Did this person have curly hair?
Shoulder length, yes.
Shoulder length curly hair.
About.
Was this person walking south on L Street towards the railroad tracks or north on L Street?
Towards the railroad tracks.
And dark, curly, shoulder length hair.
Mm-hmm.
Did you observed this individual doing something that you thought was suspicious?
My husband noticed it first.
I'm not asking what your husband
Okay,
told you.
no.
Okay. Your husband drew your attention to this individual?
Yes.
When you saw this individual, what was he doing?
Walking back and forth between, in front of where we stayed, PG&E had trees, individual trees and boxes. So he's walking back and forth between tree to tree.
And is that on the other side of L Street from where you were?
Across the street from us, yes.
And your husband pointed this individual out to you?
He pulled it out to himself because he yelled at him.
And did he yell at him something to the effect of, you look like the stabber, or something to that effect?
Yes.
And that must have caused you some great concern when you heard your husband yell, he looks like the stabber.
Yes.
Did your husband then chase this individual?
He started to.
Did anyone else chase this individual in addition to your husband?
Alberto.
Did they chase him south on L Street toward the tracks, or did they chase him north?
South towards the tracks.
And when L Street ends and it curves into 2nd Street and heads east, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did this individual turn east on 2nd Street?
Once they turned the corner, I couldn't see the direction.
So this individual had dark, shoulder-length, curly hair. Do you remember what this individual was wearing?
Black sweats with white lines on the side. And he was carrying a backpack.
Okay. I want to be very careful. This individual at 9 o'clock, did he have black sweats with white lines, or is that information you got someplace else?
No, we gave that description to the police that night. We told them it was sweats with lines on them.
And once again, you're referring to the individual you saw at 9:30.
Yes.
Okay. That is that individual who had the black sweats with the white lines.
As far as I can remember, yes.
The individual at 11:45 who stabbed Kimberlee, you didn't see that individual at all,
No.
right? Okay. But it's your belief, based on what your husband has told you, that the individual who stabbed Kimberlee was the same individual he chased at 9:30, correct?
It's our belief, yes.
And to this day, no one has ever told you differently.
No.
So once they turned the corner and your husband was chasing this individual, you couldn't see what happened?
No.
And then your husband and Alberto walked back?
Yeah, they came back.
And ma'am, you know, sometimes when we have a memory, we may take information from one experience and combine them. You've had that experience.
Of
right?
course, yes.
I want to be very careful about this question. You said the person at 9 o'clock had the black pants with the white stripe. Are you
Yes.
certain you saw that individual at 9 o'clock? Or is that possibly information someone else told you later?
No, I seen the tail end of him when Isaac started to chase him.
Did Davis police ever come and tell you that they identified the guy that Isaac and Alberto chased?
No.
And so when you say it's your belief that the person who was chased was the same person who stabbed Kimberlee, that's just based on the fact that he was there earlier scoping you out, and then 2 hours and 45 minutes later, Kimberlee gets stabbed.
Yes.
So in your mind, it makes sense that it has to be the same person.
Yes.
Hold on one second. Now, when you and your husband, I'm gonna sit down because I'm gonna show you some photos here.
Okay.
When you and your husband went to bed, I'm not asking this to embarrass you, but it is relevant. Was your husband naked when he was sleeping in the tent after you went to bed?
Yes.
So he was, and by naked, was he wearing any clothing at all?
Just his socks.
And once again, I apologize, I don't want to embarrass you, but were you naked as well?
Yes.
So not wearing any clothing?
Right.
So when you two first heard Kimberlee's screams, you and your husband were both naked in your tent?
Yep, my husband went out naked and I stayed behind getting dressed. Absolutely.
So when your husband ran out the door, ran out the tent, he was completely naked?
Completely naked with his socks.
But you didn't exit until you put some clothes on?
Correct.
And you said you were on edge because of what had happened earlier where your husband had chased the other man?
Yes.
So when Kimberlee screamed, you and your husband were, neither of you were asleep at that moment?
No.
I'm going to pull up some videos. Your tent, now we can pull it up. Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked People's Exhibit 24, and this is photo ending 570. Do you see this?
Yes.
And this is your blue temp?
Yes.
After this incident happened, and police arrived, did you go back into your tent at some point?
No.
When, if ever, were you allowed to retrieve your tent?
I think it was about 18 to 24 hours later, like a day and a half.
So in this photo, 570, we see to the left, we see a red and gray tent with a portion that's open. That's Kimberlee's tent.
Yes.
And the north wall of that tent, that is the portion that had been cut.
Yes.
Showing you, and this blue, it appears to be a darker blue tent covered in a lighter blue tarp.
Yes.
That is the tent you shared with your husband.
Yes.
And the entrance to that tent,
Is right there, where the pointer is.
so it's facing east.
Yes.
And you can't see the entrance because there was a tarp covered it.
That is correct.
You said you heard a strap to the tarp snap or made a sound.
Yes.
Which tarp, what cord were you referring to? Where was it?
So as you can tell, it has a blue tarp, but on top of that, I had another tarp because we had put 3 tarps. We did not want to be hurt. So one of the elastic tent poles strings that we used was snapped.
Okay, let me zoom in this.
Probably the one that was closest to the chair in the tree, so it was diagonal from the corner of the tent to the tree on the ground.
So by tree, are you referring to this little tree?
Yes.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay, and if I zoom in, there appears to be, you can't see gray here, but is it tied around the tree?
Yeah, it should have been tied on 4 different trees.
Okay, but where does that lead to?
That was just holding the tarps up.
So it should be tied to the tarp?
Yes.
This chair right here, though, at the corner, was that chair there when you went to bed?
Yep, that's where Isaac last smoked a cigarette before he came in.
So when you got out, that chair was still exactly where it had been?
As far as I can tell, yes.
And you heard a sound of, let me just So the distance between your tent and this tree where it seemed like it's less than 2 feet.
Less, yes.
You did not hear anybody walking around 2 feet from your tent.
No,
You just heard the sound of,
the snap.
so the distance was only from the tree to where it was connected with the tarp was only probably less
Then
than,
a foot, yeah, yes.
and you had lived in tents for some time at that point in your life.
Yes,
And you know, when you're awake in a tent and there's someone walking right by your tent,
Mm-hmm.
you can usually hear the footsteps of someone right by your tent.
on a normal day, yes, you can.
And you were on edge at this point.
Yes,
So don't you think if some individual was walking just 2 or 3 feet or within 2 feet of your tent while you and your husband are in bed, you would have heard that?
you would think that, but we did not hear anything but the snapping. Yep.
So you heard the snapping, but you did not hear any footsteps around your tent.
No, sir.
And then you said you just waited there, and you said about 45 seconds later, you heard the scream?
Yes. You got to keep in mind, Kimberlee also had a dog, and there was no barking, so it was just that type of silence and eeriness.
So during that 45 seconds, you don't recall hearing anything?
Just a snap, and then we both went, looked at each other. Then Kimberlee screamed, and he went right out the tent.
Ma'am, when you're in a tent, if someone's walking on the dirt, does that make a louder sound than if someone's just walking on the sidewalk?
Not particularly.
So I want to talk to you about the words. We can. Let me leave it up there for a second. Larry's tent, is it visible in this photo?
No.
Okay. This is again photo ending 570, People's Exhibit 24. Was Larry's tent over here?
Yes.
To the west of Kimberlee's tent?
Yes, his tent was directly in her opening. So when she opened her door, it was his tent.
And her real opening, not the one that was cut,
Right.
that should be facing,
It's facing the wall. She didn't want the zipper facing the street.
so Kimberlee's true opening is facing the wall, that would be facing west.
Yes.
Larry's tent was immediately facing Kimberlee's.
Yes.
Did his opening face Kimberlee's opening?
Yes.
So when Larry would come out of his tent, the first thing he would see was the opening to Kimberlee's tent.
Yes, sir.
And Larry was already in bed or in his tent when you and your husband went to bed.
Yes.
So when you heard Kimberlee's screams, you said she said, "Help, help, the kid with curly hair is here."
Yes.
To the best of your memory, what specific words do you remember her saying that you heard?
I just got punched and by the kid who has curly hair,
Let me ask you.
if I'm not mistaken.
And the kid with curly hair, you understood that to be the person your husband and Alberto had chased about 2.5 hours earlier.
Well, no. We didn't put, like, when she said the curly hair, yeah, we put it together, but
Was Kimberlee present when,
there you go. No, she wasn't present when the first incident that I called the police for somebody, like, stalking us. She wasn't there.
and now, did you personally ever tell Kimberlee about the incident with the person stalking you before she went to bed for that evening?
I don't think we really spoke other than when she came into the tent, she had like an In-N-Out burger and a cup, so we didn't really speak much.
Did anyone tell her, based on you overhearing it, about the incident earlier when Alberto and your husband had chased the individual with the curly hair?
think Alberto and Isaac might have been still talking about it.
So it's possible Alberto and Isaac were talking about it before Kimberlee went to bed.
Yes.
But there's no question in your mind that Kimberlee personally was not present when they chased that man.
Oh, she was not there at all.
Now, you described when you, after you put on clothes, you got out and the first person you observed was, or the first people you observed were your husband and Larry.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they were in some sort of physical tussle?
Larry had a one-man tent, so when he stood up, he kind of trapped himself in the tent. So he was fighting with the zipper. As you can imagine, Isaac comes out in the dark, thought that that was the person that was attacking Kimberlee, but then it took them a couple minutes. I think Isaac might have punched him, and he said, whoa, whoa, it's me, Larry.
Let me ask you.
And that's when I came out.
How did you know Larry was struggling with the tent? Were you able to hear that? Were you able to
Yes,
see
I
it?
could hear the scuffling of the tent, and then when I came out, that's what I saw.
So you could hear, it's the sound of someone trying to get out of a tent real fast in the dark.
Yes, yes,
I'm sure you've had times, anyone who's ever been camping has had that experience where you're trying to get out of the tent in the dark and you can't
yes,
find the zipper.
right,
So you recognize that sound.
yes,
And then when you actually got out, you saw your husband naked with only socks,
yes,
physical, in some sort of physical altercation with Larry.
yes,
And Larry was still in his tent?
yes.
Did your husband actually, did you see your husband throw any punches? Ever?
I think he only landed one, and then Larry screamed and said it was him. So then it was just helping him get out the tent.
And it was at that point when your husband and Larry realized, well, when your husband realized it was Larry,
Right.
and Larry got out of the tent, that's when your attention was drawn to Kimberlee.
Yes.
And she had said she would have been punched.
She was talking. She said, "Oh, I was looking at my phone, and all of a sudden I just hear my tent rip, and I start getting punched."
Okay. It was, so initially, at least you thought she'd been punched.
Yes.
And at some point she stood up and either Isaac or you noticed blood.
Yeah, she turned around because we said, "What happened to your dog? He didn't bark." And she turned around to look at him, and that's when we saw the blood gushing.
And that's when you said we need to call 911.
Yes.
So when you got out of the tent, the only three individuals you personally observed was your husband and Larry and Kimberlee.
Yes.
You did not observe anybody else.
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Vanderhook. Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Berios, I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You as well.
Okay, Mr. Gamora.
You can call Isaac Chesman.
Okay, thank you. Chesman, come on in. Mr. Vanderhook, if you just step aside for a second. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Yeah, good morning, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, and then after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that you are about to give and cause nothing with the court.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. And spell them both.
Isaac Chesman, ISAAC, CHEESSMAN.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Vanderhook, direct example.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Whereabouts, not the exact address, but whereabouts are you living these days?
Right now, I live in West Sac.
Are you currently housed?
Yes, I'm off the streets. Yeah.
And in April and May of 2023, were you housed then?
No, I was homeless due to my family moving, as I had just gotten out of rehab from getting out of prison because I didn't have a place to go to. So they put me through rehab, and yeah.
So I want to ask you a couple questions about your testimony here today. Have we met before?
I don't believe so.
Have you met Mr. DeMar before?
Briefly, right before, he just told us not to talk about the case and just to basically chill and kick back, pretty much.
Okay, but before today, you
No.
haven't met him?
No.
And sorry. Have you been promised anything in for your testimony?
No.
Have you been offered leniency in any kind of case or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
And how did you make it from court today from West Sacramento?
I have a car now. I work as a machine operator, so out here in Woodland.
Okay, so you're just able to drive in?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about kind of the situation that you were in April and May of 2023. How long had you been unhoused during that time?
For about 4 years.
And
Well, going on 4 years, yeah.
and you discussed coming out of prison. Had you had a substance abuse issue?
Yeah, and I have struggled with it, but I have been going through this program with C2C, and I also completed Cache Creek Rehab, and I have been clean and sober for about a year and a month now. I haven't touched any drugs.
Understood. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What substance were you struggling with?
Crystal meth.
And so in April and May of 2023, since that's more than a year and a month ago, were you still struggling with methamphetamine then?
Yes, on and off, but yeah, on and off, to be honest.
And so at that time, end of April, beginning of May, had you heard of stabbings that were taking place within the city of Davis?
Yes, so since I had heard about that happening, and I knew Compassion Dave, we actually slept right next to him a few times, but at this particular time, we realized that this was going on, so I banded together with a group of people that I think would be most vulnerable because I need them to be most safe. And so with me being willing to actually protect them, I put them all underneath my wing. So it was just me, my wife, Kimberlee, and Larry Pilot, and we banded together.
I'm going to pause you.
Oh, sorry.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're not a professional witness.
I'm not.
Lawyers will focus you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, counsel.
All right, so I want to talk about, I just want to figure out who all was staying with you. You mentioned your wife. Who's your wife?
Christine.
And were you staying in some kind of shelter or just out in the open? How were you sleeping?
We were out in the open. We'd pitch our tent at night, take it down in the morning. Only because we didn't like being homeless, and we were working towards getting housed. I had jobs here and there, but I couldn't maintain due to my situation. And so, yeah, we'd put it up, take it down.
And were you, where were you bringing your stuff when you took it down?
We would take it either with us to Central Park, we'd chill for a minute, and then we'll be out of public view for a while, you know what I mean, get away from the people, or we'll just drop it off at Respite if we had an appointment, say somewhere in Sacramento or out there in Woodland. We would normally leave it there, and it would hold it for the day.
And regarding your tent, where you would set up your tent, would you take it up and then take it back, or set it up and then take it back down each night?
Yeah, we set it up at night, take it down around 6 to 7, depending on where we were.
Well, what's the purpose of doing that? Why not just leave it up all the time?
Well, we do that so we don't draw attention to ourselves, for one, and two, it kept the cops, how do I put it, more nice in a way, because if we were doing that, then it made their job easier. They didn't have to come and hit us up talking about you have to take down your tent, you know what I mean? So they respected they showed us more respect if we did that, pretty much. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you were doing it to avoid problems.
Yes, yes.
And how long had been, where were you staying that you were setting up your tent in this?
So originally we started in Central Park for like the first, 6 months, around 6 months. Then we found a spot over there underneath the overpass on Olive Drive. There's a bridge that goes over the highway, and we stayed there for a while. And then this stuff started happening, so we banded some people together and we moved over by the electric company.
So how long had you been staying at the electric company when the incident with Kimberlee happened?
Only like a couple of days.
And when you say that you banded together, before you heard about Stabbings, how many people would you stay with?
Oh, we were on our own. 'Cause since I was in a relationship, we didn't really like being next to people because we were in a relationship, and that's all, pretty much.
So when you say we were on our own, are you referring to just you and Miss Berios?
Yes.
And how long was that going on?
That was going on for about the first 6 months, like chilling, and then a few people saw how we were setting up and taking down and how we kept our spot clean. So a lot of people were asking us to move next to them, but we kept on holding off for a while. And then, yeah.
And did you normally stay in a tent?
Yeah, well, first starting out, no. We'd make a pallet on the ground. We didn't have a tent starting out.
Okay. At the end of April, beginning of May of 2023, though, did you have a tent?
Yes.
I'm going to put a photo on the screen. And this is photo ending 573. Are you able to see that, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, yes.
All right. So on the table next to you, there should be a laser pointer.
Okay.
It's got a button. Would you be? Do you see your tent in this photograph?
Yeah, it's that one right there.
All right. And you're referring to the blue tent, kind of center rightish of the photo.
Yes.
And how long have you had that tent for?
I can't really pinpoint how long, but it was for a while. It was for a while.
And so you mentioned that you'd only been staying at PG&E for a couple days. Where is this set up?
This is literally on the wall of PG&E. On the other side too, there's spaces where certain tents would be set up, but across the street from that is the apartments. And we try to keep our stuff on that side,
So you would try to stay on the PG&E side of this?
Yes, yes. So that way the residents wouldn't complain and we could actually stay,
You talked about Larry Pilot. And where, and Larry wasn't someone that you had normally been staying with, right?
No, he's just been chilling with us, like kicking it pretty much because, my wife and him, they're both older, but he didn't really click with anybody at Respite, so we kind of took him in. That's just kind of what we did, because when we showed up at Davis, that's what they did for us. Is they took us in, so we just do the same.
Understood. Was Larry part of your group here at the power building?
Yes.
Did Larry have it set up there?
Yes, he did.
Where was Larry?
Larry was literally right behind her tent, up against the wall. It's a one-man tent. Yeah.
Do you know what color Larry's tent was?
Oh, man.
If you don't remember, it's fine.
It was either green or tan, one of the two. But, I think, I'm not going to say. I don't remember.
Kimberlee's situation, what was she, how was she staying?
Her tent was literally right here, and the door is on that side, facing towards the wall.
When you say right here, you're using the laser pointer to point to kind of the maroon tent with the gray top?
Yeah, the red one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how Kimberlee got that tent?
Yeah. So she had been sleeping on the ground for a couple of nights, and we noticed it started bothering us. So we talked to Larry because we knew that he had an extra tent, and so we asked him if he could go get it for like at least and he went and got it for her, and then that was actually the night that this happened was the first day that she got that tent.
And so when you all had been setting up at the power plant before, she didn't have a tent, but this night she did.
Yeah.
And was the tent in good condition?
Oh, it was basically brand new.
Now, when did you first hear that something was going wrong with Kimberlee? How did you learn that something had happened with Kimberlee?
Okay, can I start from the top on that part? Like, because
I just want to start at, how did you know that something was going wrong with Kimberlee?
Okay. Well, first off, there was things that were being moved. Okay, so we heard footsteps, and my tarp was cut. I only know this because I'm the one that built the tarp, and I know how to do things like this. I'm a really good MacGyver. So I had like 3-4 layers of tarps on my tent already anyways, just in case.
So I'm going to pause you there.
Yeah.
You talked about your tent and the setup. Was this setup of your tent and having tarps, is that how you would normally set up your tent?
Oh, no. Not covering my stuff all the way like that, no.
Okay, so what was the purpose of using all these tarps?
As a deterrent, mainly to, like, say for instance, you can't really see inside of it, and we bordered our tent with clothes, and I slept in the middle with my wife, so there was really no way for a person to get into it with a knife unless they literally tried. They had to try to get through those tarps because they're heavy duty tarps. I didn't get the thin ones, I got the heavy duty ones. And so he really had to go through it if he was gonna do it. But the tarp was cut, so once there was a realization of more tarps.
So I'm going to pause you there.
Yeah.
How do you know that your tarp was cut?
Because the string wasn't untied from the tree, it was cut in the middle, where it was sticking away from the tree. Because there's a tree right in front of my tent, right next to that chair, and I had tied it to it, and it was cut in the middle.
Can you zoom in on this photograph so we can tell what we're talking about?
You see that tree right there?
Sort of. Would it be possible if we could get the lights, please?
It's right there next to the chair. That tree.
Okay. In this photograph, we have a blue tent kind of to the right, and then next to the tent is a metal chair, and then next to the chair is a tree. Are you referring to the tree that's next to the chair?
Yes.
And so, when you set up for the night, what was the setup with the tarp and the tree? Like, how was it before anything happened?
Okay, so before it all happened, that blue tarp that's up top right there was tied to the tree, the corner of it. I put a piece of bark and I wrapped the tarp around the bark and I tied the string around that, so I made a knot. So when you pulled it to the tree, it wouldn't slip off of the tarp, it'd stay right there. It didn't matter if it was really windy or not. I wrapped it around, and I tied it. So when you cut it, it's snipped right there. You still have some stuff on the tree and some stuff on the tarp. That's how I know it's cut.
Pause you there. In the photograph, we see kind of one corner of the tent with the tarp.
Mm-hmm.
You see how it's kind of down against the tent, kind of resting against the
Yep,
tent?
yeah.
When you set it up, was it like that?
No.
Or was it raised, kind of pulled tight with the string?
It was raised at a slant, just in case if it rained. So my stuff doesn't get wet, it runs right off the front.
And then, other than, so you have your tent set up, you have the tarp set up, did you do anything special with your stuff that night?
Yes, we took all our clothes out. I bordered all 4 sides of the tent with my clothes, all the way up to about like that high off the ground. I had a lot of clothes, so I put them all around us, and I stayed in the middle just in case somebody was patting it down, trying to check and see if we're in there. I covered all my bases. And yeah, so yeah.
Understood. When the thing happened with Kimberlee,
Mm-hmm.
where were you?
I was laying down next to my wife, still awake. I had let her know once that tarp snapped, I had let her know, hey, I feel the vibe, he's here again, and I know he's here. And she goes, okay, and she squeezed me tighter. And
I'm gonna pause you there.
yeah.
You talked about hearing something.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you heard? Can you describe that?
Like something snapped.
Right.
And so,
And from hearing the sound, could you in that moment tell what it was?
Not necessarily. There's squirrels there too. There's also a family of, I believe they're skunks, and they stay there. So I didn't know 100%, but I did feel the vibe, and I knew it. Like I knew it.
Right. And you said, you mentioned saying something to the effect of that he's back. What do you mean by that?
Well, originally, I have had a very bad feeling, like there was something really evil about to happen. So I stepped outside the tent because my wife and I were setting up the inside. I stepped out. It's the middle of the night, no cars going by, college is out. There's no reason for a person to run across the street like he's late for going home. There's no way. And then, so I'm sitting there, I'm just watching, and he's running and stopping at every tree across the street.
So I want to pause you there. About what time is that happening?
I want to say, okay, so it just gotten dark. It was man, I don't really know for sure, but I'd say around 8:30, something like that.
Okay, so hours before the thing with Kimberlee happened.
Yes, it was hours before.
I just want to focus on what happened with Kimberlee and what you remember from that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're in your tent, you hear a sound. What happens after that?
It's about like, what, 30, 35, almost 40 minutes later, I hear, help, help, the curly guy, he's hitting me. So I tried to unzip my zipper. It got caught like midway, so I ripped the rest of it. By the time I got out, I guess the guy had already fled.
Speculation.
Yes.
Okay, this is Stan. The last part of that's true.
Okay.
I want to pause you there.
Mm-hmm.
So you hear Kimberlee yelling.
Mm-hmm.
You start to open your tent. How are you dressed?
Okay. Well, I'm under oath. I was naked.
Okay. So you're coming out of this tent quickly.
Quickly, like with no hesitation, I was trying to catch him.
And so when you came out of the tent, what was it that you personally saw?
All I seen was a person standing up. I ran towards it and I hit whatever it was. It turned out to be Larry, but yeah.
So I'm going to pause you there. Zoom out on this photograph just a little bit. You said you saw a person standing up.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see the person standing up?
Literally, he was standing up right here, and I thought dude had went around to go into the door, but all I saw was this figure in the dark. So I ran up and I socked whatever it was. I said, "Who are you?" And dude said it was Larry. I said, "Oh." So I unzipped his tent, and I was like, "Why didn't you get out?" He's like, "I couldn't." And so, yeah.
I want to pause you there. When you came over and punched Larry, was he still in his tent?
Yes, afterwards, yeah, because that was when I realized it. That's why I said, "Who are you?" And then he was like, "I'm Larry."
All right, so I want to go back in time just a few seconds. You come out of your tent, saw Larry standing up in his tent, and ultimately you punched him. Do you see anyone else around in that area, though?
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
That's a no. No.
And did you see anyone running away or anything like that? Just what you saw personally?
Not at that time.
All right.
No.
And did you see Kimberlee at all?
Yes.
What was going on with Kimberlee?
I had ran over to her afterwards, after I realized it was Larry. I ran to her side of the tent. She had stood up. I was like, "Where's your?" We were all wondering where her dog was. She had a dog, didn't bark, but she turned, and I was like, "Your leg is bleeding." And I was like, "You need to lay down. Your leg is bleeding." So she laid down, and then that was for the second time I had called the cops that night.
And so I understand that you called the cops before, and I just want to focus on
Yes.
what you observed with Kimberlee. Who called the cops when something happened with Kimberlee?
It was, I believe I had called the cops. Yes, I had called the cops.
Okay. And what do you remember happening after that?
All I remember after that is the cops showing up. About like 15 minutes later, they showed up. They came and basically I didn't have enough time to get everything, so I was freezing still. they did allow us to get a blanket, but they seized all our stuff for the night. We slept across the street at the other building where there's an overhead thing, so we could stay out the rain.
And just want to clarify, I know you saw Larry, but did you see who the potential person who harmed Kimberlee was?
Only earlier that night.
Okay. When you say earlier, you're talking about something at like 8:39, sometime around then.
Same night.
Okay. I want to focus on when something happened with Kimberlee, and I want to talk about what happened in the 10, 15, 20 minutes before that. Okay. Did you hear or see anyone during that time frame, and just like up to about 30 minutes before something happened with Kimberlee? Is that no?
That's a no. No.
And during that time frame, where were you?
I was at my tent. You're talking about the 30 minutes between, right?
The 30 minutes before something happened with Kimberlee.
Yeah. Okay. So me and my wife had walked real quick to the store, and we had grabbed some swishers, I guess, because we were gonna smoke a blunt. Because we were a little nervous, and yeah. But we headed back, and Kimberlee came back not too short after that, though.
And when you got back, did you smoke a blunt?
Yes. Yeah.
So when the incident happened with Kimberlee, were you impaired at all by the use of drugs at all?
No, I was sober by that time.
And had you been using methamphetamine?
No, not that night. No.
Okay, let's stop there. So, Mr. Chesman, we have more questions for you, but we have to take a new break.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
so I need you back, ready to go, 1:30 sharp, all right?
Okay.
And Mr. Van has a few more questions, and then Mr. Hutchinson. It won't be long, but I need to just start at 1:30, okay?
All right.
Your excuse at this time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's a midday break. Don't form your opinions, don't research, don't talk other than scheduling. I'll see you for 1:30 start. Again, session ends at 3 o'clock today. Thank you. Off the record. Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. And we're continuing this morning's evidence, and we have Mr. Isaac Chesman on, and thank you for coming back and giving more testimony. So, Mr. Van Hook, the People's Direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chesman.
Good afternoon.
Sir, before the lunch hour, one of the things you had mentioned was tying off this tarp, and you mentioned something about a piece of bark. Can you explain what you meant by using it?
Yeah, I could show it best, actually, visually. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you three things. A piece of bark, a piece of blue line,
Oh, that's perfect. Yep.
and then a little washcloth here. If you can visualize the washcloth as your tarp, the string is your rope, and the bark is a piece of bark.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, I grabbed a corner of it. You basically wrap it like this, and then you would end up wrapping a string around that.
Could you actually tie it off for us? So
Oh,
we
yeah.
can see how
I'll show you. I'll show you how it works. Yeah, it's pretty simple, but it's most effective. It's only because it won't come off of your tarp. It doesn't matter how hard the wind shakes, how much it moves. It's not going to come off.
Okay, and so it looks like you have the bark kind of tucked in the fabric.
Almost like a parachute style.
And so the line is tied around the base of the bark so that it holds it in place.
Yes, like an anchor. Yeah.
I'm going to take this from you, and Your Honor, I'd like to have this marked equals 70.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, so you're talking about this line. I'm going to be approaching you with the USB drive. It's marked as equals 68. It's a series of photos. What I want to do is just have you take a look at these photos. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the cursor on the next arrow and just click through them till the end. All I want you to do is click through and see if you recognize what these are.
Did you say this was 68?
This is, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
And just keep going quietly to yourself until we get to the end. Were you able to look at all the photos, Mr. Chesman?
Yes. Yes.
And do these fairly accurately depict the scene as it was on that day?
Yes. Fairly. Yeah.
Okay. So I picked a couple of these photos and show them to you. Are these photos of your tent as it was set up at the encampment there?
Yes. All my other my tarps are underneath that blue one that was sitting on my tent because the rope was cut on that picture. Like you'll see where I was tied. Yeah, sorry.
We'll spend more time on others, but let's just start at the beginning. Mr. Chesman, I'm showing you the photo ending in 7835. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes. Yes.
And so, again, is that your blue tent on the right?
Yes.
And then the red tent on the left is Miss Guillory's, or Kimberlee's?
Yes, Miss Kimberlee's, yeah. The one that's rolled up in the back, it looks like. Because, yeah, that's Larry's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just leans to about... Okay, so we're looking at one corner of the tent here. What is it? What is this? What is this kind of white thing on the upper right portion of the photo?
Yeah, so that's my Army tarp. That one was one of the thin ones. We did have a thin one, but that was the only one. And that was only mainly because of the rain. When it rains right there, it floods the back way more. So I have it towards where, well, the wind blew over the tarp a little bit because the front got cut. Okay, but it got blown over and the rain normally drips off to the side right there and goes straight towards the sidewalk.
Understood. Thank you.
Normally, yes.
So in this photo, there's kind of a line that goes from the corner here up to the white.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the same scenario, right? So the strap up top is holding up the tarp, but if I had raised it up just a little bit more, it would have been holding my blue tarp up in the front. So at the same time, they both would have been working together, but using less of my resources. So I had some just in case if an incident did happen and I had to repair it, I had the replacement for it really fast. So that's all tied together. Same thing with that corner was on the other corner when it had tied to the tree. It was helping it stay steady and it would flow straight down. But right now, if it had rained, it would have been getting on my blue tarp and then going towards the front and running off the side.
So I want to get back to the photo that we had before this. We just close this, it should be still be there. We can, if we zoom in on the tree here on photo 7835, the tree right where the cursor is.
Yes, yes.
Do you see that kind of line around the tree?
Yeah, that's my string.
And is it the string that you were talking about that you tied your rope off on?
Yes, yeah. And that one was bungee. It was like a bungee string.
We're going to go to photo 7852. And you see photo 7852, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, yes, sorry.
All right. Is this the same tree with the same rope?
Yes.
And we're going to zoom in on it. So is this the kind of bungee string that you were talking about?
Yes. It had tied onto the tarp, and then I had a stronger rope tied onto the end of that, and which led to the tarp that was hanging off the back. So it kept it all down because the bungee was tight. So I figured that since it's a little bit windy at the same time, if it jumped up and down, at least the bungee would hold it down.
So what I want to try and understand here is this end of the rope is clearly tied to a tree.
Yes.
Is the other end tied to your blue tarp or to your army tarp?
It's tied to the, I believe the blue tarp is supposed to be, yeah, because that's how I use the anchor.
All right, so we can zoom in on the end here. You were mentioning earlier how you'd seen that the end was cut.
Yes.
Is this the cut end you're talking about?
Yes, that's cut. If it was untied, it wouldn't be on the tree anymore. It'd just be on my tarp, or it'd all be on the tree with no bruising like that in the middle of it. It's that's a cut. And you know, I was tied tightly because it fanned out when it cut. It didn't stay solid.
All right, so I panned it over to kind of edge
Yep.
Of the ground next to the tent. Do you see that kind of
Yep.
squiggly line on the ground there?
Uh-huh.
Is it-
Yes, yes, yes.
You know what that is?
Yes, sort of. Yeah, it looks just like my bungee.
Okay.
My bungee rope, yeah.
And then here at the end, do you see this kind of loop tied in this line?
Yes.
Is that the kind of same loop that you use when you're tying
Yeah.
a tarp with a piece of bark and using that method?
Yes.
And so after the incident, when you looked at your tent, is this the situation that you found where one end was cut and one end was,
Yes.
the two ends have been separated, now you have two pieces of bungee instead of one?
Yes.
All right, I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Sir, I'm going to ask you some questions this afternoon, almost all of which can be answered with a yes or no response.
Okay.
If you don't know the answer or you can't remember, I don't want you to guess. It's completely appropriate to say, I do not know or I do not remember. Okay. And unless I specify, I'm interested in what you personally observed, what you personally heard, not what someone else told you.
Understood.
If I'm interested in what someone else told you, I'll ask you that specifically. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah.
So, sir, when did you start living in Yolo County?
Shortly after being released from prison. after 3 months after October 18th. Was my-
October 18th
of, I believe it's 2021. Yeah.
and you were sentenced to prison for a conviction for assault with a deadly weapon causing grave bodily injury.
Yes.
And after your release from prison, you remained in Yolo County up until the time of this. Well, you're still in Yolo County, right?
Yes.
You've been in Yolo County continuously since you were released from prison.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So you were aware of the stabbings that occurred prior to the night that Miss Guillory was stabbed.
Yes.
You were aware of David Breaux being stabbed in Central Park.
Yes.
And you knew of Mr. Breaux.
Yeah.
And then you also heard about the stabbing that happened at Sycamore Park.
Yes.
You said because of this, you decided to kind of camp in a group.
Yeah.
And obviously you were a little bit, well, not a little bit, you were more on edge because of the stabbings that had happened.
Yes.
So I'd like to direct your attention to the night that Miss Guillory was stabbed. Had you camped at that location the night before, or was this the first night you were camping at that location?
It was not the first night.
Had you camped at the same location the night before, if you remember?
Yes.
But you packed up your tents during the day so you don't get bothered by the police.
Yes. Yeah.
So sometime that evening, you set up camp again.
Yes.
And this was the first night that you got the tent for Miss Guillory to use that belonged to Larry Pilot.
Yes.
Because the night before, Miss Guillory had been sleeping outside in the open next to Alberto's tent.
Yes.
If you recall, what time did you set up the tents again, approximately? And don't guess.
Approximately, it was shortly after Respite had closed. So Respite had closed around 1:30, 2 o'clock. And so we had to be away from there because the cops would normally show up if you didn't. So we went down away. We just chilled for a minute, did our own thing, got some food, you know, the normal. So about a couple hours after that, so around like 5.
When you set up the camp at approximately 5 o'clock, was Miss Guillory there, or did you just set up the tent for her, if you remember?
Well, me and Larry had set up the tent for her.
My question is, was she there when you set up the tent for her, if you remember?
Yeah, she was there. She was there because she dropped off her dog, but she had left shortly after.
So when you set up the tents, there was Miss Guillory's tent, your and your wife's tent, and then there was Larry's tent.
Yes.
And the opening of Larry's tent faced the opening of Miss Guillory's tent.
Yes.
At some point that evening, after the camp had been set up, Miss Guillory left,
Yes.
and then approximately about 9 o'clock, you saw something that caught your attention.
Yes.
You had been in your tent, and you went out to use the bathroom behind some cardboard you had set up.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was about getting dark. Was it dark
Yeah.
at this point?
Yeah, it was dark at this point, almost like a half hour
This
after.
cardboard is something you set up to provide some privacy if you have to relieve yourself.
Yes.
And it's for urinating. You don't want to, you set the cardboard so if you have to urinate.
Well, it's mainly for my wife because she can't just whip out like us men, so, you know.
It's a lot harder.
Yes, it is.
But you still use it, you use it yourself too? So
Yes, yes.
You don't want to be accused of exposure or something.
Exactly.
You don't want by.
Yeah, I don't want that, no.
So when you got out, this is around 9 o'clock, you noticed that a branch had been moved.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you thought there was a branch that you saw near the cardboard that wasn't there before,
Yeah.
and that caught you as unusual.
It did.
At that point, you started getting a bad feeling.
Yeah. I started getting really bad vibes.
You started getting bad vibes. And by vibes, you mean just a kind of internal sense that something was wrong.
Yeah, almost like when you know you're about to do something wrong. A very intensified feeling of that inside my stomach. And yeah,
And it was at that point, when you were getting this bad vibe, that you saw someone across the street.
No, I seen a person run across the street and stop at every shadow of a tree as he crossed. And my exact words to him was,
Well, we're going to go step by step.
yeah.
How long after you first started getting this vibe did you see this person run across the street?
About 4 minutes, 5 minutes until, yeah.
And when you say run across the street, are you referring to L Street?
I'm referring to 2nd and L, yeah.
So L runs north and south.
Yep, right next to the bend, right before you hit main stage.
L runs north and south, and then it turns east and becomes
Yeah.
2nd Street.
Yes, yes.
Where did you see this person? Did he cross the street while it was still L before the bend? Where did he cross?
Okay, so here's the bend going straight down. The first turn on that left, the very first left, he ran across. It's the middle of the night, no cars, backpack on, hoodie, Adidas pants.
Can we stop
But,
here?
yeah.
Hold on. This gentleman, when he ran across, was he heading north on L or was he heading south on L?
He was heading directly towards the railroad tracks, but he ran straight across, but walked towards the railroad tracks in that direction. So he's heading towards the bend that goes east.
So he's initially on your side of the street, walking south on L.
Yes.
And then he cuts across to the east side of the street on L.
Mm-hmm.
You see him run.
I seen him run because I said, you look just like the dude they've been describing. I've been stabbing people. He took off, and I took off after him.
Hold on. We're gonna go through this step by step. Okay, so once he runs across the street, that catches your attention.
Yeah.
And he's wearing a black hoodie
Yes.
with a backpack
Yes.
and Adidas track pants.
They're sweatpants, yeah.
So when you say Adidas, you're saying,
I'm saying he has the 3 strips going down his pant leg.
okay. Now, sir, do you know how sometimes when we remember things, we can sometimes combine information that people told us and then it becomes our memory? Have you ever had that experience?
Yeah, through adrenaline and through, panic sometimes, but
And so listen
Yeah.
to my question. Do you actually have a memory of seeing the man at 9 o'clock wearing Adidas sweatpants? Or was that a fact you may have heard later on from somebody else?
I strictly remember seeing him run across the street and skip from shadow to shadow until I hollered at him. He started walking very normally. And then when I told him that, he took off running and I took off after him. I did see the clean shaven face. I saw the curly hair. I knew he was younger than or around my age. I'm about 28 years old. I know he was around my age. Everybody thought he was older, but no.
And you yelled out at him, you look like the dude who's been stabbing
No, I
people."
said, you look just like the dude they described that been stabbing people.
And then you chased him.
And then I chased him, yes.
And he ran,
He ran towards the cannabis club, towards the main stage, but he was going straight.
so when he got to the curb, he turned left and started running east on 2nd Street.
No, he stayed on the same sidewalk. He went across the street and stayed on that sidewalk across from my tent. And he ran on that sidewalk and went down, but I had chased him up to the corner.
I think we're going to have to get a map here, sir.
Yes, please.
I think
'Cause, yeah.
the hand gestures are.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do, but
Just a moment,
yeah,
sir.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Defense Exhibit A. And does he have the laser pointer?
Yes,
Yeah, I do.
yeah.
So, sir, hold on, don't point yet.
Yes, yeah.
So, looking at, this is an aerial map. of
Yes.
Vegas,
Yeah.
And you recognize the streets.
I recognize 2nd Street, and that's L right there. So right where the cursor is, right? So,
Okay, stop here.
yeah.
I'm going to give me, and your tent is approximately
Right about there.
right where the cursor is, kind of a little more than halfway down the block from between 3rd and 2nd. You would agree?
Yes.
All right. And you're outside your tent. Where is this man the first time you see him?
I seen him run across from here to there.
Okay, so you're looking, I guess, north toward 3rd Street.
Yes.
And you see this individual run across from 3rd Street, run across L.
Yes. And over there, there's a tree plant. And at night, it's dark. So it's really dark in those spots.
All right.
Yeah.
So he's now on the east side of L.
Yes.
And he's wearing black hoodie,
Yes.
Adidas sweatpants,
Yeah.
and long, dark curly hair.
Yeah, well, it's only curly at the end.
And he was a man in his 20s, you could tell.
I could tell just by, because I used to run track too. And so I've seen a lot of different people at different ages run, and everybody runs differently. And there was no reason to run. There was no cars, the middle of the night, college is out. There's no reason to really run unless you're up to something.
Okay. So you see, and on L Street, there's basically planter box with tree, planter box with tree, planter box with tree, all the way
Yeah,
down.
yes.
And you were seeing him run from planter box to planter box,
Yes, pretty much, yeah.
and he'd stop.
And then he had stopped and started walking normally when I had said, hey, yo, bruh. And he started walking real normal. And then I said, you look just like the dude. And he took off, so.
And so when he took off running, did he run south on L Street?
Yep, he followed the whole sidewalk all the way down.
And then once he got to where L Street turns into 2nd Street,
I had turned back around and went back to my wife because she screamed for me.
did you see whether he turned east on 2nd Street or whether he turned west and went behind the PG&E?
No, Robert had showed up, and so I told him, follow him. I said, follow him down the street because he was on a bike. So he rode his bike down the street, and he said he had a brown backpack when he came back, but that was what he told me.
All right, so
Yeah.
my question is, before you ended your pursuit, did you see whether the man, once he got to the bend, whether he went east on 2nd Street, like this way, or whether he went west on the old gravel 2nd Street?
He went straight east.
He went east.
Yeah, he went east.
Down toward the cannabis place.
Yes, main stage.
But because you stopped pursuing him, you didn't see where he went.
After that, no.
But Albert pursued him. And that's Alberto Osorio?
Yes,
And Alberto was on a bike.
yes,
So you believe, at this point, the person you just chased was the person who committed the 2 previous stabbings. That was your belief at the time.
yes,
So you actually called the police,
yes,
and you placed that 911 call.
yes.
Kimberlee Guillory was not present at the time you chased this individual.
No, she was not.
She arrived back later.
Later on with some in and out.
And by in and out, you mean in and out burger?
Yes, she had a drink and a bag with probably a burger and some fries in it.
Did you, if you recall, did you tell Kimberlee when she got back what you observed?
Yes, I told them all, but they all thought I was crazy because I was struggling with the drug at the time. And I wasn't high at the time, but since I did have the history, they wouldn't listen to me really. They just thought, you're paranoid. And then when it really happened, they were like, oh, you were right. And so I was like,
Let me ask you about that. So congratulations on your sobriety.
thank you. I'm so happy.
And I need that. But you know, trying to stop using it can be a step forward, step back process.
Yeah.
You do that. Were you still using methamphetamine regularly during this time period?
No, my wife had been hindering me from getting anything for like a cool almost week. So I was pretty coherent. I was just really, really shocked it happened. Like, I knew it was going to. Like, I had a feeling, but it happened. So yeah.
So basically, remember, you had not used methamphetamine at least within a week of this happening.
At least, yeah.
So you told Kimberlee what you'd seen. Did you tell her, give her a description of what you'd seen?
I gave the same description I gave to the cops. I said he's younger than me, or he's about my age. He's clean cut. He's not what you guys are thinking, and he ran like he had ran track before, but I'm not sure. And that's what I told him.
So let's ultimately, so you're really on edge at this point. You have the stabbings, and then
Yeah.
the person you believe. Did the police come and investigate?
They took a minute. They took a long time to show up, but they showed up eventually.
Did you give them a statement about what you'd seen?
Yes, the second time.
Not the second time, I meant. So you called the police around after the 9 o'clock incident where you
Yeah,
observed this
yeah.
individual. Did they arrive in response to that call?
Yeah, but they took a minute, and then they did their little survey of the area because they drove around for a second, and then they came back and talked to me.
Let me clarify, because a minute can mean different
Yeah,
things depending on what generation you're
Okay, understood.
For some of us older people, a minute means a minute. When you said it took a minute, what did you mean? A more considerable period of time?
It took an unusual amount of time. It took about like almost 17, I'd say roughly 18 minutes, close to 20, but it wasn't a half hour. I know that, but they did show. So
And then they searched the area, but did
Yeah.
they tell you if they found anything?
no, they said that well, there's no evidence of anybody around because they checked the railroad tracks and the little areas, and that was it. And then they said, okay, well, if you see anything else, call us back.
So this is sometime between 9 and 10 when they show up.
Yes.
And ultimately, later that evening, you all go to bed
Everybody else fell asleep, yeah. I stayed awake. I couldn't go to sleep.
because of the incident that had happened earlier.
Yeah.
So when you finally went in your tent, was Kimberlee in her tent or was she out, if you remember?
So she had showed up, and that's the reason why I knew that she had in and out. My wife was the one that really seen her when she came back.
Okay, so did you actually see Kimberlee come back, or you relaying what your wife told you?
No, I seen her. I seen her come back. Okay, I seen her come back.
So when you described how once you went in your tent that you packed a bunch of clothing around the outside of the tent?
Yes.
Okay. So your entrance to your tent is facing, you saw the photos, that was facing
The sidewalk.
the sidewalk. What did you, let's go step by step, what did you do in order to give yourself more of a barrier along the wall facing the sidewalk?
So basically what I did was I had put all my clothes. So I even took the clothes off of my own body, and she took the clothes off of her own. And because in the front, we didn't have enough to actually pack the front. So we had enough to like fluff it up, make it noticeable, like if it was pressed down, but we didn't have enough like that. But we had it everywhere surrounding us. And we were sleeping in the middle in fetal position, and that was it.
And so all your belongings in the tent were pushed up against would be the east wall?
All of it was pushed up against every wall.
Okay.
On the corner of every wall. So you couldn't really tell where we were laying.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Was there clothing in front of the exit entrance? In other words, did you push it up against the part where you would unzip?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And then you took off all your clothes. Were you covered with a blanket or a sleeping bag or anything?
Yeah, we had our little pallet made. So I had like a thing of foam underneath some blankets, and I had the blankets layered over that. and then we had a blanket for us to cover with as well. So we were pretty warm and snug, and we had a Mr. Buddy. We were pretty good.
Mr. Buddy?
Yeah, Mr. Buddy heater.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a battery operated heater?
No, propane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that make any sort of sound?
It'll click, and that's it. And if it runs out, it'll whistle, and it'll let you know it's about to go out. So, yeah.
So you're laying in the center and you're holding your wife,
Mm-hmm.
and you believe you never fell asleep.
No, I know I didn't. I kept on getting. Okay, so I had PTSD after that, like for a while. I wake up kicking and screaming,
We'll
but
get to that. I want to talk about.
but at the time I was too focused on the wind, the rain, and everything moving around me for me to actually relax and go to sleep.
Because after you picked up, after you went in the tent, it started raining,
Yes, yes.
and then the wind picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And whenever you're in a tent and the wind picks up, that can be a concern.
Yeah, the walls are moving. You don't know if somebody's right next to you. Somebody could be going through your stuff. You know, it's always something, especially being homeless. Yeah.
But just when you went into the tent and packed everything around, at that point it hadn't started raining.
No, no.
It was later after you were in that the wind picked up and the rain picked up.
Yes.
And while you were laying there, that's at some point you hear something which you later determined was your string snapping.
Yes.
But at that moment, with the wind and the rain, you didn't know what it was. You just heard something.
I just heard something, but I came to the conclusion of that because once after the snap, the tarp slapped my tent, and if it was still tied up, it wouldn't have never slapped my tent. So
But when you
that's how I
heard the
know.
snap, there was still rain and wind.
Yes, yes.
But you didn't hear any, since you were on edge, that you'd seen this person, you know, just a couple, 2.5 hours earlier, you were listening to see if anyone would be walking up to your tent.
Yes, I was trying to stay aware just in case.
Although you heard this snap, you didn't hear footprints or footsteps or anything like that. You recognized as someone walking up to your tent.
I'm not going to say because I really can't say I did.
Well, if you heard footsteps, wouldn't you have reacted?
Yeah, so, yeah.
And you said when you heard the snap, you just kind of held your wife close.
I held her closer, shook her real quick, and she woke up. I said, I know he's here. I said, I feel it.
But that right there, that you know he's here, that was based on your internal feeling. Right?
The same feeling that I had, yeah.
The same feeling that you had 2.5 hours earlier.
Yeah, 3 minutes before the person ran across the street.
So you felt the person, it was the same, you felt the person who you'd seen 2.5 hours earlier was then back.
Yes.
And is your testimony that within 45 seconds, you then hear Kimberlee scream?
Roughly after, like, not 45 seconds, but
How long was it?
it was a couple minutes,
Okay.
honestly.
Maybe
Like,
I misheard you earlier, but it was a couple minutes after you got that vibe that you hear Kimberlee scream.
yeah.
And initially, you don't hear any words, you just hear a scream.
No, I hear her talking but screaming loudly. The guy, he's here, he's hitting me, the curly man, stabbing me, he's stabbing me once, well, she didn't say she stabbed me, but hitting me, he's hitting me. And so I realized that she was stabbed, and that was when, yeah.
Here's my question. Did you hear when I just say scream, I don't mean, I'm not going to demonstrate, but it's just a scream, like when someone screams in terror or pain. No words, just a scream. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Did you hear a scream before you heard words, or was the first thing you heard just words?
It was an initial scream.
And it was a loud scream,
Yeah.
and it scared you.
It didn't, well, it kind of propelled me to move. It's just who I am.
But the first thing you heard was a scream with no words. And then it was after that scream that Kimberlee said some things, correct?
Yes.
And then so after the initial scream, she said something to the effect of, help, help, he's here. Well, what words do you remember?
Help, help, the curly man is here, he's hitting me.
The curly man.
The curly haired man, sorry.
And so you knew that she is describing the person you had chased earlier.
Yeah,
And you were the person who described him to her since she wasn't there.
I told her what had happened. I didn't describe all the features and stuff like that to her.
Then my question is, how would she have known the man had curly hair 2.5 hours earlier if she wasn't there?
Because I may have told her that part. That makes sense, yeah. I may have told her about the curly hair part. But I didn't describe the clothes or nothing like that because she was off doing her own thing, really. Nobody was really listening to me.
So you hear the scream, then help, help, the curly hair guy or guy with curly hair, what, something to that effect?
Yes, something to that effect, yeah.
And then you immediately get up?
Yeah, I immediately got up.
You're naked at this time.
Yeah, just my socks.
So you're moved towards the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You're unable to, you have trouble getting it unzipped?
Yeah, so I'm crouching in tents normally. They'll jam if you're trying to unzip them fast. They'll jam because they'll snag their little bit of the tent in with the zipper, so I'll jam it. So I went up and it jammed. I ripped it open and unzipped the rest of the way, and I ran out.
Did you have to push anything aside, the clothing, before you tried to open up the tent?
Just the miscellaneous stuff that, like a little bit of the clothes, kind of blocking the zipper. The heater that we have is kind of blocking as well, you know, and just random things.
So if you're in the tent facing, if you're in the tent facing the entry,
Yeah.
is it a zipper that goes straight up, vertically up and down, or is it kind of a circle? That you
It's
have?
a circle, so basically you're starting off at the bottom, you're like that.
And imagine imagine I'm in your tent right now.
Yeah.
I'm facing the street.
Mhm.
I'm going to unzip it. Do I start on the right side and go over to the left, or do I start on the left side and come to the right, or can it go both ways?
It starts off on the right side because I'm crouching down, I'm trying to get it off of the right. And I remember,
And it was dark?
it was dark, yeah, it was dark.
First you have to find the zipper in the dark.
Exactly.
And then once you found the zipper, you try to open it.
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes,
But because when you try to open the zipper really quickly, it kind of jams.
yes,
And that's what happened.
mm-hmm. Yes,
And ultimately, you couldn't get it to unjam, so you basically just ripped the zipper.
yes, I grabbed the door and the top and I ripped it apart like that. And normally the zipper will knock off the hinge or it'll free itself and keep on unzipping.
So you made some effort to get it to unzip, and then when you couldn't do it, that's when you made the decision to rip out.
Yes,
And then you go outside, and it's dark.
yes, it's dark.
And you look toward where Kimberlee's, the entrance to her tent should be,
Yes,
and you see someone appearing to try to in the front of Larry's tent.
yeah, trying to get in real fast.
It looks like someone's trying to get into Larry's tent.
No, it looked like somebody was trying to get into Kimberlee's tent.
So you then, in the dark, run over and you punch that individual.
Yes,
How many times do you punch that individual?
I hit him twice. He got down. I realized there was a tent still like surrounding him after that. So I said, "Who are you?" And then he said it was Larry. I said, "Oh, dude." And I unzipped the tent. And then he got out and we both started looking.
So
But
he was still inside his tent.
yes, he had played leapfrog and headbutted the person.
Okay. You didn't observe.
I didn't observe that part, no, but that's what he told me, yes.
Larry, when you saw Larry, he was still in his tent,
Yes, in a one-man tent.
in a one-man tent, trying to get out of that tent.
Yes.
Okay. And you punched him, kind of, was it through the tent while he was still trying to get out?
Well, when I had gotten out, he's standing straight up. He was just standing.
But was he still in his tent trying to get out, or was he right outside the door of his tent?
It looked like he had panicked and stood up immediately
In his
and
tent.
just went for whatever was there. Like, that's what it looked like to me.
So, in other words, it appeared that he stood up kind of in his tent
Yes.
and was trying to get the door open so he could get completely out.
I don't know if he was trying to get the door open.
But when you hit him, he was still standing up in his tent.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you punched him 2 times before he said, "It's Larry."
Yes.
And then you stopped punching him.
Yeah.
And at that point, you looked, your attention was drawn to Kimberlee's tent.
Yes.
That's when you saw it was open
On the side.
on the side where it should be open.
Yeah.
That's when Kimberlee said something about someone had punched her.
Yeah, she thought she had gotten punched. And the tear wasn't that big. It almost looked like a half box. Like, about like this. And that was it.
Okay, let's describe this tear. So, how big was the tear when you initially saw it?
The opening was about like the space of this napkin.
So
It was about the space of this. Yeah.
So you're holding up.
Yeah.
This.
Like he had just put his hand through and that was it. And
Okay,
went for
so
it.
you just for the record, you just gestured with your left hand. It looked like someone had just punched through this hole. You made a fist with your left hand and punched.
No, like they had stabbed right through it. Like
Okay,
they went into the tent and went for wherever they were going for.
What I'm going to say, now you just made a stabbing movement.
Mm-hmm.
Did you initially just, when you first did
Well,
the demonstration?
initially I said like this
Okay.
and inwards like that.
So when you first made the demonstration, you gave someone punching with a fist through this tissue, correct?
I was pointing a knife forward,
I'm not
but yes,
asking
the
what-
fist was made, yes.
So initially, you made a fist when you punched through this.
Sure.
Hold on,
yes,
hold on.
sure.
He didn't see what happened.
I know,
What the
but
focus
it's okay.
is on, hold on. The focus is on what he observed in the tent, and counsel's trying to narrow that.
I was trying to describe his initial demonstration.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what he saw in the tent, that's fair.
I'd like to have this marked as.
Yeah. I believe the hole was bigger when they moved Kimberlee out of the tent.
That's what I want to get to.
Yeah.
So before Kimberlee was moved out of the tent, the hole was the size of the tissue we just had marked as Defense Exhibit F.
Yes, roughly, yes.
When you were speaking to Kimberlee and saw she was bleeding, had you guys opened up her real entrance? Is that how you were able to see her?
No, we had ended up opening it, and I saw blood running down her leg, and I believe Alberto was there at the time too. He as well said that you do have blood running down your leg too.
Here's my question.
And so she laid back down.
Sir, here's my question. Obviously, with the whole size of a tissue, how were you able to see Kimberlee? Did you tear open the tent further, or did you open up her real entrance, and that's how you were able to see her? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, I understand your
If
question.
you don't remember, that's fine.
Honestly, I don't remember the exact part of that moment.
But you do remember very clearly that when you first saw the hole in the tent, it was the size of that tissue.
Yes.
And at some point later, someone ripped that tent further.
Yeah.
But you don't know who did that.
Mm-mm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you do know it wasn't you who ripped that tent further.
That's correct.
So whether at some point you're able to see inside Kimberlee's tent,
Yes.
but as you sit here today, you don't know if, you don't remember if someone opened the door or if someone ripped the tent further. You just have a memory of looking in and seeing her.
Yes.
And at that point, she's still saying she felt like she'd been punched.
Yeah. She's getting up. She's looking for her dog, and she was about to grab her things. I seen blood, and she laid back down because we told her to lay back down. We called the cops again. They showed up, And then next thing you know, it was tape, and we had to be at a distance from that point.
And Kimberlee's, when you saw the blood, that's when you realized that you think she may have been stabbed, when you saw the blood?
No, I knew it. I knew that she had been stabbed from that point. Only because, like, you had to have been punctured in order to be bleeding, so you were stabbed with something, period. You were stabbed.
Other than Larry and Kimberlee, when you got out of your tent, you did not see anybody else?
No, he was gone before I even got out.
And even though you never saw the person who stabbed Kimberlee, you believed it was the same person you chased about 2.5, 3 hours earlier?
I knew, yes.
In fact, you gave multiple interviews to the media explaining how the person who stabbed Kimberlee had been there
Scoping us.
scoping us out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, even though you never saw the person who stabbed Kimberlee, you just believed it was the person you chased 2.5 hours earlier?
I had a pretty good look, because when I did walk up on the person, I was already halfway across the street. And I could see directly in front of me. Like, he was at the point where all the lights are, because it's open fence at that point. But yeah.
You had a very good look at the person you chased.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
never saw. With
I
your
didn't
eyes,
see it, no, not the second time, no.
but you just concluded it had to be the same person.
Yes.
And so when you told the media that this person had been at your camp scoping you out and that you chased him, in your mind you believed the person who stabbed Kimberlee and the person you chased were the same individual.
Yes.
And you still believe that to this day?
Yes. And the proof that I have for that is the tent that's on the other side of the building. So the tent on the other side of the building apparently had been messed with as well.
That's something someone else told you?
No, that's also something that I had went over there because I was going to go and get Meech. Meech is a common known person there. But his tent was on the other side. And so I was about to get him, but his tent was cut as well.
So you're certain that the person you saw and chased is the person who stabbed Kimberlee?
Yeah, I'm certain, but
No doubt in your mind.
no.
There's no possibility that the person you chased was someone different than Kimberlee, correct? There's no possibility that the person you chased was Khalid Siddiqui, who works at Steve's Pizza. No possibility.
There's no possibility for that. I mean, why else run across the street and hopscotch from shadow to shadow if you're not doing anything? What's the point in doing all that in the middle of the night with no cars, no college, nothing to do, nobody after you? You're just supposed to run across the street, run down a way, just ignore somebody that's talking to you, pretend like they don't exist because they acknowledged you? Like, and then to keep on running and then eventually something happens the same night? There's not a coincidence to that, sir.
Sir, prior to today,
Yeah.
has anyone ever told you that the Davis Police Department identified the person you chased and it was not Carlos Reales Dominguez? Has anyone ever told you that?
Nope, nobody ever told me any of it.
No one, before today, no one ever told you that the person you chased was named Khalid Siddiqui and he worked at Steve's Pizza and he was coming home from work. Did anyone ever tell you that?
Nope.
And you know that can't be true because you're certain the person you chased is the person who stabbed Miss Guillory.
Well, yeah, the person had curly hair at one point, so they cut it off.
So if a Davis police officer were to say that you saw a video of the search of the chase and you were chasing Khalid Siddiqui, he'd be lying.
Well,
Objection.
Sir, you agree people can make mistakes about what they...
well, nobody's perfect, yeah. Anybody can make a mistake.
And so when you told the media that you had chased the person who had stabbed Miss Guillory, that he had been scoping you out, you were making an assumption that the person you chased had to have been the person who stabbed Miss Guillory?
I can't say that because there's no reason for the behavior. There's no explanation for the behavior.
Do you think it's possible that someone who's walking home from work who would see you yelling at him, hey, you look like the person who stabbed, and starts chasing him, don't you think that may cause him some fear?
Maybe if it was the other way around. Say, for instance, if he had been walking and I approached him and then he started running, maybe. But since he ran and then skipped from each shadow and then started walking normal when I approached him, but it then took off, that's what raised suspicion. Because he's running already. There's no reason to run. It's the middle of the night, no cars. I'll always revert to that because there's no explanation for it.
And
Okay, hold on. Counsel, I think I've got his answer on this.
have you told, you had conversations with Miss Guillory after she got out of the hospital about,
No, not really. Nah, she didn't really come around, and when we did see her, things were kind of different. She wasn't really as nice as she was before. Like, she was just different. She wasn't as nice.
so, I'm going to show you some exhibits, sir. And if you recall, after Miss Guillory was stabbed, was it you who called 911 or did she call 911?
I called 911.
So there should be a 911 recording of you calling regarding Miss Guillory?
Yes.
And we can get the blinds. It's not too big.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked. People's Exhibit 68, People's Exhibit 68. This is photo 835. Now, there appears to be a string attached.
Yeah, that's to tie off to a pipe so that way you can let air flow into the, if you want to open up the tarp but not take off the top. So that's all that's for.
Was that tied off that night when you saw the tissue-sized hole, or was it already untied, if you recall?
I do not recall that.
So where would this, which I'm zooming in, is the string on Miss Guillory's, where would that be tied off to if it was?
It would be put into the ground. So like they have a pike that has a loop, you stick the string through it, you tie it, and then you hammer the pike into the ground, and it holds it open, letting it vent.
There does not appear to be a little
No.
pike in the ground. So this just appears to be hanging loose when the tent was set up, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm showing you now, right here, this is again photo 7835. This is the string, or it's a bungee type string.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And this is the string that you later, after hearing the little snap, you later determined this had been cut, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's,
Oh, snap. I remember now. Yeah. Yeah.
do you recall telling the officers you heard a snap?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And is that a snap like when a bungee kind of comes loose?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So I'm zooming in on, this is photo 78. I hate computers.
Yeah, they could be a pain sometimes.
It appears to be a red and white stripe.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, which is mine. Yeah.
It's like a kind of a candy cane type.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, and it's very thin, right?
Yes, it's very thin.
It's a very thin bungee material.
Yes.
So it's not like those thick bungees that you use to,
Not like the straps that I have in the back. You know, it's not like those.
I'm gonna go to another exit. Hold on, sir.
See, I use straps in the back of it. Yeah.
And I'm showing you People's Exhibit 68. Now this is photo 7848. You see the bungee tied to the tree right there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes.
And this is all after items have been removed from Miss Guillory's tent. The camp didn't look like this when you left, right?
Yeah. No.
And you were actually, once police arrived, you guys were not allowed back in your tent.
Yeah, we wasn't allowed, no.
So the photos we're looking at right now, this is the following morning, presumably,
Yes,
after police have been in the area.
yes.
Right? This is not how your camp looked like when you last left it.
Only because they had, did their investigation, so.
In other words,
yeah.
they had a canopy up, they had a bloody pillow, some clothing, they had a ladder. All those things weren't there when you left your camp.
Yes,
But this chair,
that chair was already there. That was my chair.
and that chair is in the same location it was when you went to bed.
Yes, because I was sitting in that, and I was looking down the street.
So, sir, when you got out of the tent, you would have had to take, so right here, this is basically the area when you would get out, correct?
Yes.
So, which route did you take to get over to Larry? Did you run between the tree and the tent? Or
Well-
did you come around the tree and then go over to Larry's? Do you understand my question?
I don't remember.
Okay, but just so you understand, where I have this cursor right here, okay?
Yeah.
That is where you would exit the tent, correct?
Yeah, the whole middle part right there.
So you would heard screams, so you're focused on getting to Kimberlee. correct?
Yes, yes.
So your route, and when you got out of the tent, you remember turning right, correct?
Yes, I remember.
So you would have either had to go right between the tree and the tent,
Or around the tree.
or around the tent.
So either or. But I did end up inside, so I more than likely went between the tent and the tree.
So
To be honest.
if this string was still up at the time you, hold on. If this string was still up at the time you got out of the tent, you would have ran right through it.
No, I would have ended up tripping because it was a solid piece. There was no tears, no rubs, no rips, no fabric hanging out due to Velcro sticking or none of that. It was a perfectly good bungee that I had taken off of a previous tent that in between the bars, because the bars get held by the elastic. And when you pull them apart, you can cut it and then you can untie the end and pull out a whole bungee. And since I was running low on stuff, I wanted to keep my more proper things that I would normally use safely, so I just used what I could at the time. So just in case if it did rip, I can repair it with something stronger and have that. That's pretty much it.
Let's assume though, so if this bungee was up when
It
you
was.
got out, you would have ran through it, and you said it would have caused you to trip. Is that what you're
Yeah, it
saying?
would have caused me to fall.
And so because you didn't fall, you know it was still up at that time. Is that your testimony?
Since I didn't fall, I knew that it was not up at that time.
So I'm showing you now. And this bungee was tied to the blue tarp.
Yes, it was.
Okay, and I'm looking here, this is
It's facing towards my tent.
photo 7851. And the entire bungee was this candy cane type material, right?
Yes.
So, photograph 7851, do you see the other portion of the candy cane type material in this photo?
No, I do not. I only see what's tied to the tree.
All right, so here we go. This is photo 7852, okay? I'm gonna zoom in a little bit.
Yeah.
This is the candy cane type material, right?
Yes.
This, you identified on direct examination that this apparently little string down here is the other half of the bungee?
Yeah, it looked like it had been
Well, let's zoom
part
in.
of it and was unraveled, but
Let's zoom in.
it's all white, so I doubt it is.
So that's all white.
Yes.
So that's not the other half of the bungee.
No.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
So, sir, where, if,
I told you that it was tied to another string attached to the tarp on top of the tent, which is folded over. You probably can't see it because the tarp is folded over, but it's all, I used as little as possible to do what I did in order to keep what I had.
well, let's go through and see if we can find that other part of the string. 7853, do you see it here? I'll zoom in. No?
I can't see it.
It should be hanging down from the blue tarp, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I should still have an anchor in there as well, but there's not one.
So what happened to it?
I don't know, maybe it got manhandled through their investigation. I don't know.
Why would the investigators take part of the bungee and not the other part?
Objection, culture.
Well, why would they?
Hold on, sustain.
They only seized our
You know,
tent.
when
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm new to this.
I just have a loud voice too. When I sustain an objection, it means don't answer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all right. I didn't explain the rules before, but that's the way it works.
Okay.
Okay, then he's gonna come up with another question.
Did you ever point out to the investigators this other part of this bungee that had been cut?
It wasn't. It wasn't our main focus at the time.
And sure, just so I understand, when you heard the snap initially, while still inside the tent, you didn't at that time realize, hey, the bungee is snapped. You just remember hearing the snap, correct?
No, I knew something was cut because the tarps had hit my tent. And when they're tied up like that, the certain tarps are not going to hit my tent because they're tied up. But it's almost like if I was holding this and I just let it hit that, you know what I mean? My whole tarp will fall down, like, because it has nothing holding it up.
But here's what I'm trying to clarify. Unless I'm mistaken, I apologize if I am. My understanding was you testified on direct that when you first heard the snap, you didn't know what it was because there's animals, so that's my question. When you first hear the snap, do you say to yourself, boom, that's the bungee being cut, or you just didn't know what it was?
I heard the snap. I didn't say anything or think anything of it at first until I got the vibe and feeling in my stomach again. I woke my wife up and I told her, he's here again, I feel it. And that was it.
And it was later when you saw that portion of the candy cane on the tree that you concluded, oh, this person must have cut the tarp.
Yes, because my tarp kept on hitting my tent all of a sudden. And I was like, I was like, my tarp must be cut. And then not long after that, was the scream, and then he's here and all that stuff.
And as you sit here today, you don't know what happened to the other part of that bungee. You don't know what happened to it.
No, because once they did their investigation, we was no longer to be around the tent. We could only be across the street, down the way. There's another business with the overhead and a porch-like thing that splits off like this and goes out front. So we stayed there and with our blanket, and that was it. We tried to stay warm. I walked back and forth from respite a few times with Jason, and he was tripping out because I ended up getting all of them and let them all know it all happened, and they all came through and stayed there for a while.
So you told many people about what you had.
While it was fresh on my mind, absolutely.
But I mean, the story that you told about the individual scoping out, being there 2 hours after earlier, you told that to as many people as you could, right?
Well, yes, everybody that was in the same situation. Yes, absolutely.
And you basically participated in every media interview that was offered to you, right?
No, they actually came looking for me. I wasn't looking for attention. I didn't do this for no attention.
I'm not saying this
That wasn't the goal.
I'm saying you participated in every media interview that was offered to you. In other words, when someone wanted to interview you, you spoke to them and told them about what you saw.
Yes, yes, we said yes until my wife's daughter had a problem with it, and then we stopped.
And during those multiple media interviews, you repeated the story that you told today about chasing the man down L Street, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Vanderhook. Any redirect?
for your patience. It's going to be just a couple questions. When this incident was going on with Kimberlee and you're coming out of your tent and punch Larry, was it dark out?
Yes, it was dark. On our side, it was dark. There was only light towards the railroad track, and it was very dim light. It wasn't really bright white light. It's almost like orange light.
And then, after Kimberlee was attacked, but before the police arrived, you said something about footprints. What was going on with footprints?
Okay, so it had just started to rain, and the sidewalk was still dry. So the person that walked into the mud walked onto the sidewalk, and there was footprints, and we were trying to protect it, but the rain started coming, and the cops didn't get there in time, so it got messed over. But yeah, that's why
Were these footprints on the sidewalk?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it was on the sidewalk, and I believe there was one in the mud.
And which direction were they going?
One was going towards the tent, and one was going away. Part of me wants to say that it was towards the railroad tracks,
Objections?
but that's just,
Withdrawn.
yeah.
And then there were some questions about where the description of the person with the curly hair came from. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I still remember the map, so.
I'm pause you there. Do you remember hearing about the other stabbing incidents in the news media prior to this?
Yeah, one at Central Park, one at Sycamore Park.
All right. And had you heard the curly hair description come through the media reports about the potential suspect in these stabbings?
I believe so originally, yes.
No additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Nothing on that, right? No. Okay, Mr. Chesman, thank you for your testimony today, and have a great day.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Subject to recall for evidentiary purposes only, Your Honor.
That's the order, subject to recall. Thank you. Okay, so we still have some time. I want to make use of it. Mr. DeMora.
People call Tou Yang.
Okay, great. Off the record. Feel free to stand up and stretch. We've just got a few more minutes, though. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding over this trial. I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath. We were just taking a stretch break. That's why I'm standing. And then I'm going to have you take the witness stand, okay? Okay. Thanks.
You do solemnly swear to speak about the case, the cause nothing before the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Second person, last name for the record. You call them both.
Tou Yang, Touyang.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct exam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yang.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I am a lane print analyst 2 for the California Department of Justice, Bureau of Forensic Services at the Fresno Regional Lab.
How long have you been a latent print analyst?
2 years with the DOJ Automated Print Section and currently 2 years with the Fresno Regional Lab.
What does a latent print analyst do?
A latent print analyst conducts fingerprint examinations, comparisons, automated entries, processing evidence for latent prints, processing crime scenes, vehicles for latent prints, testify in court, and prepare written reports and assist other law enforcement agencies in latent prints.
When you talk about fingerprint comparisons, are you talking about getting a lifted fingerprint or a fingerprint provided by law enforcement and then analyzing it to find if there's a match in a certain database?
Yes.
What training have you received to be a latent print analyst?
I have my bachelor's degree in criminology from the California State University of Fresno. I have about 450 hours of formal training consisting of fingerprint examinations, comparisons, automated entries, processing evidence for latent prints, processing crime scenes, photography, Photoshop for fingerprints, courtroom testimony. I am a member of the California Fictional Ridge Study Group, a member of the International Association for Identification, and I am a certified latent print examiner through the International Association for Identification.
How many fingerprint comparisons have you done during the course of your career?
Tens of thousands. I've lost count.
And this is fair to say what you do day in and day out?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the automated latent print system, also known as ALPS?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the section with the California Department of Justice Bureau of Criminal Information and Analysis. It is their APHIS system that they use to search latent prints against databases.
When you say APHIS system, what do you mean?
APHIS stands for the Automated Fingerprint Identification System. It is the database where we search fingerprints against people with records or fingerprint records in the database.
Have you testified as an expert in court previously about latent fingerprint comparisons and latent fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I've testified about 10 times as an expert in fingerprints with the Tulare County Superior Court.
At this time, I would like to offer Mr. Yang as an expert in the area of fingerprint comparison and the use of the automated latent fingerprint system.
Okay? Okay, briefly. Okay. All right, everybody hold tight. Thank you. Off the record. We just clarified some questioning for direct, so it's all good.
I'd like to ask Mr. Yang, when you receive latent fingerprints to analyze, are those in cases where it can be just a print taken by a general location that police lift and they provide to you?
Yes, either the officers provide the lift cards or I can process the evidence and make my own lift cards or photos if I need to.
And when you run prints or you do comparisons and identifications using the APHIS system, that doesn't mean that someone who has prints in that system has a criminal record, correct?
That is correct.
Someone who has a driver's license and goes to DMV could be in the APHIS system.
People who were arrested and booked in the jails can have a fingerprint record or palm print record in the system, as well as people who apply for jobs and have their fingerprints live scanned.
So there are a lot of innocent ways that people get their fingerprints in the system?
Yes.
Right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to offer Mr. Yang as an expert in the area of fingerprint comparisons and the use of the automated latent fingerprint system.
Thank you. We have a qualified expert.
And so, Mr. Yang, when you receive a latent fingerprint card from a law enforcement agency, what's the process that you take to make an identification?
The first thing that I do is write down our case number, my initials, and date on the evidence. And then examining, say in this example, the lift cards, I examine the lift cards for any latent prints of value. And then I would analyze the latent print. And if it's sufficient in detail for comparison or automated entry, then if there's a listed subject for comparison, I would compare it to the subject If not, I would enter it into the automated fingerprint identification system and see if there's a hit, or also known as a potential match.
So I'm going to break this up into two areas of questions. The first is when you're saying if you have, basically you're saying you need a good solid print with certain ridges and other identifiers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are there instances where you can get a print and just the quality of it, maybe it's for some reason doesn't allow you to make a comparison?
Correct. We would describe those as latent prints of no value.
Now, if you have a print that meets the qualifications to be compared, I'm going to go two different ways on this one. If you have a good print and someone has not applied for a job or not been booked into jail or doesn't have their fingerprints in that system, are you able to make a comparison and identification?
So are you saying if I were to search the latent print in the automated database with the subject not having any fingerprint records in the database, if that were to happen, then it would not hit to the subject.
But if someone does have prints in that system, then you can make the comparison as long as that's a good print.
If the person has fingerprint records in the database, then it should hit or be a potential match.
Are you aware of the steps in making a comparison of latent prints? Is this work in this process subject to some level of quality control?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
How do you ensure that there's accuracy within the analysis or the comparison?
We have what we have our methodology called the ACE-V methodology. It's an acronym standing for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. Analysis is my analysis of the impression to determine its sufficient detail for comparison or automated entry. Comparison is my side-by-side comparison where I look for similarities and differences. Evaluation is where I make my conclusion. And then verification is where another competent examiner repeats the same analysis, comparison, and evaluation on the same impressions to either support or refute my initial conclusion. And then we are also credited, so we go through annual proficiency testings to ensure that we're competent and excel in our job duties.
And so in bringing you back to this case that you were subpoenaed for, did you receive a series of latent prints from the Davis Police Department on May 1st of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And were those received, or were those sent by Danielle Lewis with the Davis Police Department?
On May 1st, yes.
At that time, did you take these latent prints, and you had 3 of them, is that correct?
3 latent print lift cards.
Were any of those prints of a quality that would allow you to do a comparison?
Yes, I observed 1 latent print that was sufficient detail for comparison and automated entry.
And if you can recall, were you able to tell what finger or hand that print came from?
I knew it was a palm print, but because of the detail, it was difficult to determine the orientation of that palm print.
Now, at the time when you received that latent print, did you compare that through the California ID automated latent print system?
Yes.
And did you also compare that latent print to the FBI's next generation identification system?
Yes, I did.
And those are 2 systems that you regularly use in the course of your employment with the California Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
At that time, when you received the prints on May 1st of 2023, and you ran them, were you able to make an identification through a comparison?
From an automated search, no.
On May 3rd of 2023, in the evening hours, did you speak with an investigator, Stephen Jurgensen, about, well, let me step back. Were you aware of the stabbings that had been taking place in the city of Davis over the course of April 27th, 2023, April 29th, 2023, and May 1st, 2023?
I was only aware when I was assigned to this case.
And did you receive a call on May 3rd, 2023 from investigator Stephen Jurgensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive information, or was there a request to rerun that latent print through the databases?
On May 3rd, I may need to refer to my report just for recollection, if that's okay.
And do you have a copy of it with you?
Yes, I do.
With his own permission?
Yeah, go ahead. We only have a few more minutes with this witness. If there's a way to wrap it up, that'd be great. If not, he's just going to come back.
So on May 3rd, I just made the comparison to the deceased victim. It was May 4th where I talked to the investigator, Stephen Jurgensen, about making a comparison to the subject he provided information to me with.
Did you make well, let me ask you this. Based on the conversation, did you make a comparison to a Carlos Dominguez?
On May 4th, yes.
On May 4th?
Yes.
Right. Now, on May 4th, so going back to the latent prints that we were talking about that you received from the Davis Police Department, did you run those prints and get a confirmation and identification of a specific individual?
I didn't run the latent print into the automated database, but with the information that Stephen Jurgensen provided me with, I logged into another database called the Department of Justice Automated Archive System, where it has the fingerprint records of people who were either arrested and live scanned in the jails or applied for jobs and were live scanned. So I retrieved the subject's fingerprint record or palm print record, and then I compare the latent print to it.
And at that point, you were able to make that identification?
Yes, yes, I did.
All right. And so just to be clear, when you went through that process, who did you identify that latent print that we talked about? Who was it identified to?
I made that latent print to Carlos Dominguez.
And did you attribute the date of birth to that with the information you had?
Objection, foundation, that's the
Assistant.
When you run the database or run these prints through the database, does it associate to the information, or is it linked to the information if someone is live scanned through a jail or through an employer?
I believe it does, but it's a lot of numbers that's beyond my scope. It provides me a name and date of birth and SID number of the subject.
What's SID?
SID stands for State Identification Number. It's a number that indexes an individual's person's history record.
And that's information that you include in your report that you generate?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 23. Ready to approach, John?
Okay.
And Mr. Yang, do you recognize People's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Is that a report that you generated as part of your latent print analysis?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that report?
Yes.
And does that report capture the analysis you did, both the first one where you got no identification, and then what we just talked about where you attributed that latent print to Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
Do you make that report in the regular course of your duties?
Yes, I do.
And did you make that report the same day or close in time to when you performed this analysis?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the way that report is made and prepared?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the sources of information that are used to generate that report?
Oh, you're talking about the information on the report?
Yes.
Yes.
And as you described earlier, did your report go through the same quality control checks to ensure its accuracy and reliability?
Yes, my report was technically reviewed and administratively reviewed by my supervisor.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Any questions?
Very briefly.
Okay, briefly.
Sir, the fingerprints that you compared to the latent print, those were the fingerprints taken from Carlos Reales Dominguez when he was arrested and booked in Guillory County Jail on May 3rd, 2023?
Are you talking about the known impressions that I compared the latent print to?
Yes.
On May 4th or May 3rd?
I'm just asking, the prints that you were given prints belonging to a Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
When were those prints taken, if you know?
I don't know when they were taken, but I retrieved them on May 4th.
And you can assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested and fingerprinted on May 3rd. When you did tests prior to May 3rd, you didn't find any matches, correct?
I did not find any matches.
And the latent print you compared, are you giving the information where it was taken from, or are you just given a number that identifies it?
I was given information on the back of the lift card of where the latent print was collected from.
Okay. And just so we're clear, where was the latent print you matched collected from?
The Black Path brand water bottle.
Now, you never saw the water bottle, you're just relying on what was described on the latent print, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
And one question, so we don't have to call Mr. Yang back.
Go ahead.
Mr. Yang, are latent prints, unique to a specific individual?
Yes, latent prints or fingerprints are unique and persistent. Unique meaning that no two different fingers of the same person's or any other person's are the same. And persistent meaning that fingerprints are formed prior to birth and remain naturally unchanged during the course of one's life until decomposition.
Does that include palm prints as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we're done, right?
Just clarify, this was a palm print or a fingerprint that you mentioned?
A palm print.
And can you tell which palm from the, you can't tell right or left?
During my initial analysis, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And after your analysis, was it right or left?
When I made the identification, it was the left palm.
Thank you.
Nothing but.
Okay, we did it. All right, Mr. Yang, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you. You
Thank
too.
you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial will continue Monday at 9:30. And it's important to remember the three-part admonition at all times. Have a great weekend. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss. Don't research. And I'll see you Monday. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your service this week. Off the record. Presence of the jury. So anything we need to address before we return Monday, Mr. Demora? And can you give me the names of the witnesses that you anticipate calling on Monday?
I do have to make a couple of arrangements, because I moved people around today, so we could adjourn early. But what I could do is over the weekend email the court.
Okay,
And Mr.
I understand, thank you, and I appreciate you being flexible with the court. And so when you get that, please email it.
Certainly, will do.
I appreciate it. Anything for the defense?
I have no objection to the motion eliminated regarding playing the entirety of the video, so.
Okay, right, so that's a motion eliminated that was filed May 9th. How long is the tape?
I think it's just under 19 minutes, Your Honor.
19 minutes. Okay.
Mr. DeMora,
Let's meet and confer regarding a time to do this. I'd like to do it at the end of the day. And this is really a collateral issue at this point, and I don't want to compromise having witnesses called. So maybe we can get to it towards the end. Find a time to put it in.
Mr. DeMora is talking with me about maybe just leaving it be and not doing anything, which may be what we end up doing.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, with respect to Miss Guillory, I mean, she's a victim of a crime, and she has very limited information about this situation. And she testified, and both sides had a shot to explore that. And I really think that we're getting into a collateral issue that's really not central to the work that our jury's going to do. So that's my view of it. But anyway, I would allow you, if you decide you want to do it, to play that tape. Okay, great. We'll see everyone. We have no reason to be here at 9 o'clock then. So I'll be walking out, checking on you at 9:15 on Monday. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Off the record.